Hello, everyone. How are we today?
Hello. Good.
We are back in the Temple of the World Serpent, down in the misty depths of Bakumora, this once place of worship of the Yuan Ti seems to be the origin of everything happening in Bakumora. And last session, you managed to convince the lizard folk to accompany you on your expedition, your exploration of this strange place. Somewhere inside here, you expect to find the Bakumoran Archmage Fomori, he who has, through some vile act or another, summoned the mists of the dread domains to surround Bakumora and to cut it off from the material plane. And so, when we left off last week, you had just made entry into the temple. Thanks to Zinhorn's keen eye, you noticed a secondary means of entry that allowed you to enter one level higher in the temple than you may have otherwise, and you've just crawled out into the main hallway of level 3 of the temple, with options to head either to the north, where you presume the stairwell down to the lower level will be found, or right here, a stairwell that seems to lead up to the next level. The walls of this grand hall are covered in faded carvings depicting hordes of humanoid serpents being led by a gargantuan snake-like beast made of shadows. The stonework on the floor appears to be discoloured, even scorched in different areas. To the south, past 2 giant serpent statues, a set of carved marble steps lead up to an iron-bound door made of dark wood. As you look around, deciding what to do next, the silence is occasionally broken by indecipherable whispers that seem to snicker, talk about you, taunt you from the shadows in the corners and far reaches of this room, and very, very occasionally, from somewhere else in the dungeon, you hear a blood-curdling scream of terror. No matter what you do, no matter where you look, despite the fact that you appear to be completely alone in the room as of the moment, you cannot shake the feeling that something is watching you. What would you like to do?
Well, I, for one, would love to sit down and discuss that frog hemoth some more, because I don't think we spent enough time last week talking about it.
For half a second there, I thought you were being serious.
Well, that's called acting, dear sir. I enjoy it. Thank you. Now, on.
She got concerned that you actually wanted to.
I was wondering where you were going with it.
Well, that's my bit for the day. Thank you, everybody. I'm out.
We'll see you next time.
So the stairs to the south of us are the ones that lead up, are they?
Yes.
They appear to be leading up, yes.
Okay.
And Remy, what you had, what you asked me during the intro, the charm you were gifted by the Fae is a charm of vitality.
Vitality.
Up to 3 times you may use it to grant yourself the effects of a potion of vitality.
Okay, I'll look up what a potion of vitality is and put that in my own words for myself. Thank you.
So there's a door across here.
Yep, there's a door at the top of the stairwell. you notice, Zinhorn, as you approach the stairwell, that jutting out of the stone walls that flank the stairwell are two big iron loops, essentially, jutting out of the wall. There's a slot in the stone wall, and hanging out of the slot is a large stone loop, just big enough for you to place your hand into it and pull it.
Is there anything of note on statues, like any engravings, carvings, lettering?
I would like you to please make an investigation check.
It's a 10.
So you notice that most of the carvings in the room appear to be purely decorative. They've started to fade away due to centuries of neglect and water damage. However, there are two statues that seem to be notable to you. They are right in front of the staircase, and both of them, their backs pressed against stone pillars, face each other, meaning you have to walk between them to reach the staircase. These are statues of frightening-looking horned creatures, perhaps devils, demons, definitely some kind of fiend, and you notice that their mouths are both wide open, as if they are in the process of spitting some sort of acidic bile at an enemy.
Barbara, do these things look familiar to you?
It's a good question. Would I have to roll anything to see if they look
Robert,
familiar
you
to
look
me?
at them and they appear to be demonic in influence, but they don't actually resemble any real fiend that you know of. It seems that these are just statues that are designed to look scary and intimidating. Probably figures out of Yuan-Ti mythology or something.
No, nothing particularly special. But
Sorry.
I was gonna say, clearly somebody's been taking advice from a certain other undead lich on dungeon designs.
Could I, without stepping in front of them, look in their mouths and see if there's, like, actual holes?
Please make an investigate check.
But I don't want to touch them.
Okay, I'll make sure you're not touching.
What's that you rolling that one? What's that? You stick your entire arm inside.
That's a 14.
Okay, 14. So you step up to one of the statues. Being a furbolg, you're tall enough that you're able to peer down its throat without having to touch it or lean up to it. And you notice at the very depths of its throat is a small cylindrical hole. The rims of the hole are stained with dark green stains.
I want to try and do something that's a bit unorthodox.
Behind
Could
you,
I?
the mob of scale shields walks up behind you and they point towards the door and one of them says, "Bash it down!"
Not yet. Give me a second.
What would you like to do?
I would like to see if you would allow me to throw seeds in there and use Druidcraft to try and block the mouths.
Ah,
Low
yes.
enough that the acid would take a while to eat through the...
I will allow you to do that. Please make a nature check.
Nicely done.
Come on. God damn it, that's an 11.
Aw.
So you reach into your pack for some seeds, and you try to carefully use your druid craft. You don't want to touch. I'm assuming you still don't want to touch the statue.
Yeah, I don't want to touch it. It was
So you were
in my mind. I was
using-
kind of like just chucking the seeds in, and
Yes,
then
you're standing there and you're throwing the seeds in, trying to use some of your druid craft to cause little gusts of wind to lodge them in the throat, and then you use your druid craft to cause the seeds to hatch. However, the majority of the seeds have just landed at the base of the mouth, and perhaps you may have provided some obstruction for the trap inside the mouth, but for the most part, there's now just flowers and blades of grass hanging out of the sides of the mouth.
Just made them pretty. Fair enough. Hey, I tried. Well, I may have provided us a little bit of time to get past this trap, but I don't think I've got this
Hold
much.
up! Shouts one of the lizard folk.
What did he say, sorry?
He said, "What's the hold up?"
Oh. Are you resistant to acid?
They look at each other, and one of them says, "Acid!" And then he shakes his head and says, "No."
Then you don't want to stand in front of these yet. We're trying to get through without anyone dying.
The scale shields look at each other, and one of them hisses, "We signed up to give our lives, if necessary."
Yes, but not uselessly.
They take a step back nonetheless. One of them gestures towards the iron loops hanging out of the wall and says, "Sliver!"
But there are two, so one could be fine, one could make these things shoot acid.
Wait, is the stairway up blocked?
No, it's not blocked. You can just walk straight up. There's a door at the top. The door is shut. It's a stone door.
So pulling the lever.
May or may not be locked,
May or
but
may.
you know, it doesn't look like it would be particularly hard to force. It's waterlogged. It's been, in disrepair for however long this place has been abandoned by the UNT.
Yeah.
It's probably not standing as firm as it once was.
Well, I've tried my idea. What do you guys think?
Yep.
I mean, if it was poison, this would be a lot easier to handle. Acid, no, I'm still not resistant to that.
Just realized something else. Our shields. Would they be able to... Can we... my shield and Zinhorn's shield, can we control where they float, or do they just automatically
They
float
just
around?
automatically
Yeah.
float into the path of something that poses a danger to you.
So theoretically, if Zinhorn and I were to stand where Bulb and Lucian are standing, and acid were to shoot out, would our shields automatically fly in front of the stream of acid?
Well, if you have them activated, I'd allow you to get advantage on whatever save is required, because there could... You don't know how much acid will come out. It could be a huge torrent that's spraying out that your shield won't be able to block all of.
I have a thought, just an odd question.
Yes.
You said that the just go over again. How exactly does this work? So there's the one hole down their throat. There's the lever thing inside.
So
No, the levers.
Yeah, so the statues appear, according to Bulb, at least the one he checked, has some sort of hole in its throat that looks like it'll probably spray out acid or some other green substance. And then, completely unrelated to the statue, the two stone walls that flank the staircase have iron loops hanging out of slots in the front. They're just hanging there, big enough for you to wrap your hands around, almost as if you're supposed to take hold of them.
Okay. Now, so blocking the hole might not do anything. What if someone was able to make a slightly bigger hole further down to the side of the statue? So say along here, sort of, so that the acid does come out, but it doesn't come directly towards anyone.
You could try that. If you think it's a purely mechanical trap.
I was going to use the what was it? the marvelous pigments, since I haven't really used them in a
just
while.
paint a hole
So I
inside
could, like,
the
literally
statue,
just
yes.
paint just Acme style, just draw a hole in the side of the statue.
Yeah, so do you want to do
Make
that?
sure it's... I mean, unless anyone else has an idea.
No, that's actually probably a really good idea.
So, Bobbit, you walk up to the
Okay.
statue next to Bulb and walk over to its side. The side that's not facing you, the side that's facing the southernmost wall, where no one would be standing usually, and reach into your pack, pull out your bucket of marvelous pigments. You dip the paintbrush into it and start painting a long line down the side of the statue, starting at the top of its throat and running down its torso and leg. As you paint the line lower and lower, you begin to hear a rushing, bubbling sound coming from within the statue, and just as you finish painting the line at the statue's ankle, acid begins to spray out of the gash you have made. I need you to please make a dex save.
Well, that's fair. Well, it's worth a shot. That is a 15.
A 15. It comes out in such a torrent. 1 second there's nothing, just a rushing noise. The next second you're being sprayed with acid, and you try to scramble out of the way, but you still you still end up with a significant portion of it dripping off your body, and you take 18 points of acid damage.
Yay!
Once you've scrambled out of the way, you and the rest of the party watch as the acid continues spraying out of the gash for about 10 more seconds until suddenly it runs out. The torrent stops, the only acid left dripping out of the side of the gash and pooling on the floor in front of the statue.
Well,
That's something.
definitely acid. Ow. Who wants the other statue?
So we took a short rest after the battle.
No, you haven't taken a short rest yet.
Okay. Oh, fair enough.
You can if you want.
Just trying to see what. Like if I had stuff up, but
Well, Bobbit, now that you know what will happen, you could probably prepare yourself to spring away
Yeah.
on the other one.
Yep. Maybe just ever so casually, just go to the other side and then just sort of lean over. I'd say use Mage Hand, but I don't know. Would Mage Hand be able to do
The
that?
paint is what does the job.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna go, not
Yeah.
even gonna attempt to be standing next to that. Go to Magic Hand, yay, ow.
So, not approaching the statue this time, you call forth your mage hand. It grabs the paintbrush out of your hand, dips it in the pot of pigments, and then you use your mage hand to clumsily paint a gash down the side of the second statue. And sure enough, as soon as you're done painting the gash, you hear the rushing, bubbling noise, and then torrent of acid bursts out of the gash, spraying who would have been standing in front of it. This lasts for about 5 to 10 seconds until the torrent stops and the statue, drained of acid, once again lies inert.
Ta-da!
well done.
Okay. Now what?
Smash it down! Shouts one of the scale shields,
Okay.
pointing towards the door, and then in one motion, the entire group charge in unison up the stairwell, their shields held in front of them, and then you hear a loud crash and a crack appears in the stone door. Again! Shouts the Scale Shield. They leap back.
Someone's going to reach out and grab one of the handles.
Zinhorn's
I would
gonna-
just happily sitting back and watching going, I mean, at least they're enthusiastic.
Zinhorn, which handle do you grab? The one on the left or the one on the right?
The one in front of Solution, because that's
Yep.
closer to him.
So you grab the handle on the right, and as you grab it, you feel that you can pull it out. Do you do so?
Yes.
You pull it, you hear a click, and a chain link attached to the hoop drops out of the hole. It appears you can pull it even further. Will you do so?
Yes.
Click! You hear a
I would
second
like to-
click as a second chain link drops out of the slot.
Okay.
And then you hear the sound of scraping stone as the two statues' mouths open wide. Presumably this is when they would spray you with acid.
Huh. Yay. Nobody has to get sprayed after all.
Smash! You hear the Scale Shields pounding at the door once again, and then finally with a loud crash, the door bursts open and the Scale Shields charge through into the darkness beyond.
Well, congratulations. We're officially as bad as the Sabatons now.
Well, not us, but...
I mean, they're with us.
Beside you, Sir Lucian just frowns and he reaches into his pack, pulls out a shred of paper where he has written something down. Sanctum L7, R4, L11.
I still don't know what that means.
Well,
On to the
let's
next floor, I guess.
yep.
Okay.
Let's go make sure that those
Yep.
lizards haven't died.
They're probably dead already.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been about 12 seconds. Yeah, they're dead.
So you sigh,
let's-
knowing that you've utterly demolished this trap or puzzle rather than solving it. And, well, you know, that's led to so many good things for the Sabatons. That said,
has
you sure you'd like to follow them? There are other parts of this level that are
Yeah,
unexplored.
I was gonna say, I'm sure that. Did we finish exploring this floor? Like, I'm pretty
No,
sure we
you
didn't
have
even
not.
check anything
There is
beyond
still
this door. Yeah.
The room to the north, and there's still another room to the east. You could just shout for them to wait for you if you like.
Yeah,
No,
dibs
hang
on
on.
it. Wait, do they speak anything other than Draconic?
They don't appear to, no.
Ah, great. So I'm the only one that can talk to them.
Talk to him.
Okay,
It's-
well, dibs. Dibs.
Probably
not
best
it.
I don't, because I'm just going to insult them. But
Oh, fine. Are you still alive up there?
The Scale Shield pokes his head out of the darkness and says, "We have secured the landing."
Wonderful. Remain in position. We're just going to make sure down here is secure as well.
The Scale Shield rattles his shield and says, "Good!" And then you hear him bark an order to the others. "Men! Continue destroying those shrubs if they come out of there!"
They can handle the shrubs,
they
right?
can handle the shrubs. It was the tree that they couldn't handle.
This should be quick.
They should be fine. Let's go.
Yeah, they got this. They got this. 5 seconds later. Yeah, they're fine.
So I'm just going to make a roll off. I'm going to make a roll off screen to
Oh, here
determine
we go.
how the lizard folk fare in their clearing
Oh,
of the
no.
room just above the landing.
Oh, no.
You won't know until you go up there, but sure enough, after the order is barked, you then begin to hear the sounds of battle coming from upstairs, the clatter of metallic weaponry, lizard folk battle cries, and rumbling stone coming from the floor above.
Oh, rumbling stone. That's lovely.
"Just shrub the men!" shouts the Scale Shield. "Keep at it!"
Shit.
Well, we're not going to see them again.
Look, are we exploring or are we going to help? We need to make up our mind.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Because once we've killed whatever's here, maybe we can explore afterwards. But we need to have our spell slots and resources for when we get to the boss.
As if to add to the urgency from somewhere deeper in the temple, either from the floor above or from the floor below, you hear a blood-curdling shout. Ah!
Then there's that whole thing.
So what would
I
you
say
like
we
to
stick
do?
with our allies, because then we've got more people fighting when we fight, and I just start walking up the stairs.
Alright, everyone else?
With a frustrated look on his face, Sinhorn follows.
You make your way up the stairs and breathe a sigh of relief as you step through the threshold of the stone door and into the darkness beyond. And as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you see the lizard folk waiting for you. One of their number is lying dead on the stone floor, a pool of blood around him, but 8 remain, and scattered around the landing of the stairwell are bits of bark and leaves, the remnants of shrub blights that must have attacked them.
We just left them like 10 seconds ago. How?
The combat round is 6 seconds, remember? And if I recall, your battle against these things at the end of last session took all of 3 rounds. So, 18 seconds is perfectly enough time for the lizard folk
Probably took us 18 seconds to walk up the stairs, to be honest.
I think it took, I was going to say, it probably took us that long to decide to go up after them.
Yeah. And so,
Okay.
the lizard folk turn to you, hold up their shields, and the one who appears to be their leader says, "It is secure!"
Okay.
Good job, guys.
How hurt is everyone at the moment?
I mean, I was doing pretty well until I took a face full of acid. Even then, I'm still doing pretty well.
That's true.
I'll check, see how Sir Lucian is doing. I think Sir Lucian's at full health because he didn't even actually participate in the
He
fight.
didn't make it in the battle.
Yeah.
Okay. I chuck a greater healing potion to Bobbit.
Oh,
Because
Great.
I supplied myself with potions before we left.
that is a good thing.
Zinhorn's fine.
So you look around, and this room appears to be essentially identical to the one below. The stone floor is discoloured, covered in scorch marks here and there, stains from old water damage. The walls are covered in faded carvings of Yuan Ti locked in worship with their god, the great shadowy serpent. Corners of the rooms are covered by plant overgrowth. Shrubs, trees, and vines. There appear to be several objects of note in this room, however.
Is there a map on out there because it's not showing for me?
Yes. Do you need me to share my screen again for you?
Yeah, like the first one was working. This one is not.
Alright, so, yeah.
I'll
as
share
long
it
as
now.
you can see it.
Give me a sec. There we go. No.
14. Okay, I got like 14 HP
14 is
from
better
that,
than nothing.
It is. It's pretty much close to full.
So you notice 2
There you
things
go.
of note
Thank
in
you.
this room. To the north, in the middle of a huge open area of the hall, there appears to be a pitch black obsidian obelisk standing right in the center of the room. From where you stand, you can't see any carvings or any other details on its surface, though standing in the center of the room, it gives off an ominous presence. Also, in the north, in an alcove to the northwest of where you stand, you can see what appears to be some kind of stone altar pressed against the wall.
Yeah, Bulb is going to turn to the lizard folk and point to over here. Is this where the shrubs came from?
They nod.
Draconic?
They nod.
Okay, I want to go over and just investigate the shrubs and the fountain.
Yep, so go ahead, and I would like you to make an investigate check.
That is 12.
So this part of the room, grass has covered up the stone floor and weeds have choked some of the stone tiles up, broken them away from the floor. The plants that are left here appear to be normal plants. They're not going to attack you, but you notice they appear to be both malnourished, yet at the same time growing out of control. You approach the stone fountain that you can see just beyond the plants, and you find an ornately carved stone fountain. The stone rim covered in intricate carvings of a huge serpent whose length circles the entire fountain. You at first think that the fountain is filled with brackish water, but as you get closer and take a look, you notice that it is in fact filled with what appears to be blood.
Oh!
In the middle of the fountain, you see some of the blood bubbling. It appears to be shooting up through a stone pipe from a lower level, and some of it overflows the side of the stone fountain, dropping onto the grass below.
Ah, okay. So that's what's feeding the grass.
Perhaps.
Okay, I'm going to walk back to the group and just go, don't drink any of the
Don't
liquids
drink any of the water.
that we find in here. And it's probably a good thing that we didn't go to the bottom, because it seems that the bottom levels are supplying the upper levels with blood.
Or at the very least this room. What would everyone else like to do?
Okay, so we had the lovely obelisk over here, and then we had. Have we seen what's this thing over here?
That appears to be some sort of altar attached to the wall.
All right.
Would you like to go and check it, Bobbert?
Bobbert is going to go check the altar.
So, Bobbert,
See.
as you step into this alcove, you notice that this is a wooden altar. The wood is surprisingly intact after all this time. Perhaps somebody has been going to great lengths to maintain it, or perhaps it is simply protected by an enchantment. Behind the wooden altar, which appears to be covered in an array of old religious artifacts, goblets, old incense holders, tattered pieces of scripture, there is a worn-out tapestry. The tapestry depicts a great black serpent coiled up as if resting, with a group of serpentine humanoids gathered around it, worshipping it. You may make a religion check if you like.
Will I have advantage since I'm pretty sure I already know exactly what this is?
Yes, you may go ahead and give yourself advantage.
Okay, well, I roll a 19 first, so I don't know if I can one-up that, but let's see if I can anyway. Nope, but that's still a 19, 28.
28. You recognize this as a depiction of Dendar the Night Serpent, who, according to UNT mythology, sleeps until his followers can awaken him, at which point he will usher in the end of the world. This appears to be a scene depicting the UNT attempting to awaken him from his slumber by leaving him offerings. Indeed, as you look at the altar, you notice several jewel-encrusted golden goblets and instantly recognize the crimson stains along their rims. They were once filled with blood. Perhaps offerings were made to Dendar here.
First of all, why is there never a nice snake god? Why do they always have to be waking up at the end of the world to bring about the end of the world? That always seems unfair. Secondly, we're just gonna pull open one of the pockets of my coat, take one arm across the altar, and just casually slide all those lovely golden goblets just into the pockets. I don't think they're gonna be needed. Just
they've got some blood stains on them, and they're covered in grime and mud, but there are still gems encrusted in them, and yeah, when you prestigitate them back to a state of normality, they might fetch a price in your shop. And so Bobbit just scoops them up, drops them into her backpack, and while you're packing them away, you notice among them a strange glass bottle filled with a black liquid that looks sort of like liquefied metal.
Before I investigate that, how many goblets did I end up scooping?
4.
I will take that, hooray. And what would I need to...
You can make an Arcana check if you like.
Okie dokie day. I like those. That's a 26. That's yay, broken as shit Arcana stat.
First, the black metallic liquid strikes you as some sort of poison, but you look at it for a few moments, open the bottle, take a sniff of what is within, filling your lungs with the scent of the scent of tempered iron. You realize that this is a potion of invulnerability.
Oh.
For 1 minute
God.
after you drink this potion, you have resistance to all damage.
Oh. Well, that's fun.
What did you get on your Arcana?
Me, I got 28.
28. However, it was left as an offering to Dendar the Night Serpent, and as you examine the liquid, you see streaks of something else mixed in. Darker patches, which you determine to be blood mixed into the potion. You are not sure what effect, if any, these have on the potion, but you do notice that it has been tampered with in some way.
Well, that's fun. Alright, well, I will hold on to that and just walk over back to the rest of the group with the potion in hand and go, okay, so Dendar just gets friendlier and friendlier every time I learn more about him. Also, I found what I can best describe as a really awesome potion that's been horribly tampered with.
Casting Identify on it would tell you what will happen, but...
Could I make a herbalism kit check?
You can actually. You can make a herbalism check.
I'm not gonna lie, ever since last episode and the lovely screaming bloody tree, I've been nervous about anything revolving the word magic at the moment, so thank you. Thank you for that lovely mental image.
So, for kits, it's just add your proficiency, isn't it?
Yeah, add your proficiency. Yeah. Although you may add your intelligence, because you're trying to determine what this is.
Okay, well that is a soft 20 then.
So, Bulb, you take the bottle from Bobbit, and instantly you see the streaks of blood or whatever it is mixed into the potion, and you pull the cork, drop a couple of drops into your herbalism kit, and spend a few minutes dropping several reagents in, trying to determine if this is a poison and what's been done to the potion. You eventually determine that it is a mixture of humanoid blood and Yuan-Ti blood, and it appears that this potion is designed to grant the imbiber the strength of Dendar the Night Serpent. It will do as it advertises and grant invulnerability, but the additions appear to be designed to deepen the drinker's connection to Dendar.
I relay that to Bobbit and hand the potion back.
Gonna say it again. Why isn't there a nice friendly snake god?
Well, I guess if you're Yuan Ti, born and raised, it does seem more of a friendly snake god than how we see him.
It's a better perspective.
You see the lizard folk drawing towards the stone, the black obelisk in the open area ahead. Not saying anything, just silently walking towards it, their gaze transfixed on it. Until they reach
we don't
it.
touch the thing.
Until they reach it, one of them raises his hand and just, "Don't touch it! Do as she says!" And they
Oh,
stop.
thank God.
And then one of them looks over his shoulder towards you and says, "What is it?"
We don't know yet, that's why we're not touching it.
Oh, fuck. Can one of you guys, this is saying mentally, remember if the Orb of Annihilation radiated dark light
Oh.
from the
Well,
tomb? Because
didn't
Bob wasn't there.
It didn't seem to... The others tell you that it didn't seem to radiate dark light. Rather, it was just like a black hole, a patch of reality where nothing existed. Where even light itself is just... It didn't really radiate any light. It was just as if somebody had deleted a patch of reality, is how they describe it to you.
Okay, so this may not be an Orb of Annihilation then. Or Pillar of Annihilation.
What would you like to do?
I would like to use my daily ability of a Furbolg to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You step forward behind the lizard folk, hold out your hand, and cast Detect Magic. Immediately, the obelisk lights up a bright red. Out of the top of the obelisk, a red magical haze spills into the room, flowing beyond the wooden door ahead into a further place in the temple. At the base of the obelisk, there is a tendril of red energy that digs into the ground beyond the stone floor and snakes all the way back to the fountain of blood.
And can I find out what what school it is emanating?
It appears to be of the school of necromancy, from what you can tell, though the colours are not exactly correct. It is like most magic you've encountered in Bakumora. It sort of defies explanation.
Okay, so Detect Magic probably isn't going to help much.
But it does confirm, it does tell you that there is a connection between the obelisk and the blood fountain, and that the obelisk may be feeding something else.
Can I look at the fountain and see if it's radiating any different signatures?
You head over to the fountain, you take a look at it, and the magic appears to be the same. Some variant of necromantic magic. You notice that as the blood spills out onto the grass, the essence of the magic then transforms into a tendril of energy that snakes from the grass under the stone floor and then runs like a sick vein of blood up the side of the obelisk. It appears that the blood is feeding the obelisk, which is then in turn feeding something else.
Okay, I will relay that to the rest of the group.
What does the rest of the group think?
My first thought is to dispel this damn thing. But
Yep.
we don't know how dispel magic works in this place.
You can still try it if you like.
That's true, but I would like to hear everyone else's thoughts first.
Pretty much. Doesn't sound fun, would it?
So blood's being pulled up from a lower level, which feeds the fountain, which is somehow feeding. Is that?
Yeah, and you could
sounds
probably
like a
assume
fun
whatever it's
mechanic.
feeding is not good. It's not something
Oh,
you
no,
want
God.
to be.
God no. That much could have been painfully obvious without even being in the dungeon.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to bring up, dispel magic should be a ritual, should be ritual possible.
It should be, but
Yeah, but it's
because it's so useful, that's why. It's supposed to
Yeah,
be a
that's fair.
trade-off. You're basically turning off an entire magical trap in exchange for a
Yeah.
spell slot, so...
That makes sense. Alright.
So,
just
whatever
cast
it's
it.
feeding can't be good, right?
Nope. Nothing in this place.
That is almost
based on-
certain.
Let's see. Based on everything we've seen from the dungeon in the last 10 minutes, no, it is all bad.
What we could do is set up an ambush through that doorway. So on this side of the doorway, I can dispel the obelisk, and possibly whatever is being fed by that obelisk will come to investigate why the food source is stopped. Potentially.
That is indeed, if anything, even notices.
That's true. We can give it 10 to 15 minutes, meaning we can have a short rest if we need to while we wait.
Yep, that's fair enough.
Would Zinhorn have been having a short rest whilst all this is happening? Because he's just been sitting at the back.
Well,
Or is it...
no, you have to take a short rest together, unless it's
Yeah,
like...
Is there any...
If it's most of you doing nothing, then one... if it's you all waiting for one person to conduct a ritual, then yes, you can, but even if Zinhorn's not actively doing anything, he's still, sort of he's sort of ready
Thought I'd ask.
in case anything jumps out, because
Was
everyone's searching
there
the
any...
room.
Was there any writing or anything on this obelisk?
Well, you can go up and check it. No one's actually gone and examined it up close.
I'm sure as shit not going to touch it, but yes, I'm going to examine it closer to...
Yep. Please,
Yeah, I only went up close to see what magic is emanating from it.
please make an investigate check, Bobbert.
Okay, where's my investigate at nowadays? Yep, that makes sense. Ew, that's a 13.
13. The surface is smooth, blank. You cannot see so much as a single decorative carving. You notice only one thing carved right at the very base of the obelisk, a draconic rune for the number 4.
Was it L4?
R4.
R4.
R4 for sanctum. So,
What was it? R4, L7, R11?
L7, R4, L11.
That's
Yep.
it.
I wrote that down just in case, because that seemed important. So this is R4.
If that's what this is referring to.
I mean, rune 4.
What do you think? What would you like to do?
I mean, I'll obviously relate this to everyone else going, there's a room down here in Draconic for 4. Does it have something to do with that sanctum thing? Anyone? Someone?
So
No idea.
Zinhorn,
Actually,
since Zinhorn hasn't been doing anything, Zinhorn, I'll ask you to go ahead and make an insight check.
That's 18.
if he's doing that, could I possibly go and check that fountain? That
Yes, you may as
Old
well
mention.
make an investigate
I'll
check
check
on that. So Zinhorn, while everyone's puzzling over what to do with this, you have been putting your mind to the task of potentially breaking the connection between the obelisk and the fountain, and the obvious solution, as Bulb suggested, is to cast detect magic on it, but you're looking for more mundane methods of doing it, and given how the fountain seems to be feeding blood into the grass, which then is absorbed by the obelisk, you think it may be possible to destroy the fountain itself, cutting off the blood at the source. And indeed, Bobber, what did you get on your investigate?
17 on the fountain.
Indeed, Bobbert, you check the fountain and find that it doesn't appear to be generating blood. Rather, all of the blood is being fed through a pipe from a lower level. If this could be blocked, cut off, or broken, then you would effectively be halting the loop, the connection.
But there's no, runes or anything on this?
Nope, there doesn't appear to be.
Well, that might have been connected.
So, destroying fountain stops the flow of blood to the obelisk?
Yeah, that's if you want to stop it. You can ignore the obelisk if you want to press on.
The way I see it, we have two options here. Destroy or move on. I'm going to flip a coin, because unless someone makes a decision.
Well, is there any noise coming from beyond the door there?
None that you can hear aside from the ever-present whispering and the sounds of dripping water.
Is the door locked?
You haven't checked. Would you like to go up and check?
What did the coin say?
Heads, move on. Tails, destroy.
Alright, go ahead, flip it.
Heads.
Move on.
Move on. Alright, fine. Zinhorn, you step forwards and walk up to the wooden door, carving of a great serpent's head emblazoned upon it. Press your palm on the door and you push, and it opens, revealing an empty hall on the other side. There are no pillars, no obelisks, nothing but a wide open hall. The walls once again covered in faded depictions of Yuan Ti and Dendar the Night Serpent. Two additional doors leading off this hall, one to the left and another one leading ahead to the north.
One door opens, leaving two more to go.
Bulb, your detect magic would still be active, and so as you
Yes, for an hour.
get through the door that Zinhorn has opened, you notice the tendril of red energy is joined in the very middle of the hall with two other tendrils of energy, a blue tendril and a black tendril, and from there, once they are joined, they make their way directly above through the roof.
None of that. No.
Would I be able to somehow tell that's the direct center of the temple?
Please make a survival check.
Let's see, what dice haven't I rolled yet? This one. Damn it, that's an 11.
You're not entirely sure, but you certainly haven't seen enough of the temple to be certain, but it is possible that this is the central room of this floor.
It is possible that this beam is heading directly up to the source of light that Zinhorn saw on our way in. Maybe this is powering Sanctuary up top? We'd probably have to find another pillar to figure that out, maybe.
And just to clarify, the black tendril of energy is coming out of the room to the left, and the yellow tendril of energy is coming from the north.
What schools are they? Are they both still necromancy, or...?
Well, from what your detect magic is able to tell you, well, the yellow one is quite simple. That appears to be conjuration magic. The black tendril is the one that confuses you, as you are not aware of any school of magic that would usually manifest in that color, meaning it is either a mixture of two separate streams of magic, or it is an entirely unknown type of magic.
Oh, fun.
Now Bob's curiosity is aroused.
Has he mentioned this to anyone else?
I'm
Yeah,
just about to.
he's imparting it as I'm telling it, I presume.
Yeah. I vote we go left. There's a confusing stream of magic.
Wait, confusing...
As in, detect magic doesn't tell me what it is. So it could be a combination.
I know this place is super scary, but potentially new magic?
It could be a combination of two schools, or it could be completely new, because there is a stream coming from the north as well, and it's Conjuration. So we've got Conjuration and Necromancy meeting, and a new school. And does the beam heading up have a different school? Like, does it...
No, it
come
just
across
appears to be just a mixture of all three of these streams leading up.
It's so across the streams.
So, alright, so
Not
just...
meant to do that.
So for clarification, the stream heading directly up, I can tell that is
that's
necromancy and
at
conjuration.
least necromancy and conjuration. That just appears to be a mixture of all three of these streams of magic leading their way directly up.
Yeah, but detect magic is telling me that those two streams are in there, but the stream coming from the left, it's not telling me what it is at all.
No.
Okay.
But you can only tell what the magic leading up is because you recognize those colors as being indicative of those schools of magic, whereas...
Yeah, but as they're combining, it's still telling me what those schools are.
Yes, but that's only because you could see them combining and then heading up.
Yes.
If this
But
black
there's another beam
mixture
here.
if this black tendril is a mixture of two or more magic types, if you were able to find the point where they meet and combine, then you would be able to tell what they are too.
You set it up for again. So if I'd been upstairs and come across this beam heading straight up, I wouldn't be able to tell that it's necromancy and conjuration.
Perhaps not.
Because
no.
I haven't seen.
No,
I haven't
seen them combining at the source. No, it's very likely that because all you can see is these three streams of magic coming together right underneath the layer of stone that is the roof, and then pushing up through it. It's entirely possible that on the other side of the stone, it is emerging as a completely new coloured single stream of energy.
Okay, I'm still voting left.
Right?
Missy.
I mean, that's fair enough. If anything, you'll be able to tell what constitutes the black stream.
Oh, I want to know.
So you guys want to move into the left?
That sounds like right on
Yes,
the
please.
We need to do. Oh, hello.
So
We're dealing with potentially unknown magic. Please.
So you motion for the lizard folk to follow you and to press on, pushing open another door marked with the image of Dendar the Night Serpent into the left, and revealing another seemingly empty hall, the only things distinguishing it being a narrow stone staircase to the north that appears to lead up into a room above, and another pitch-black obelisk in the center of the room, this one's base choked with overgrown vines. There is also another passageway leading to the south.
Well, you're leading the way.
And here, Bulb, I'd like you to make a perception check, please.
Okay, all three of these last rolls for three of these dice have been shit. This one. Hey, that's better. Perception. That is a 22.
So you notice, Bulb, that emanating from the obelisk itself is a stream of dark purple coloured energy. And you recognize this to perhaps be transmutation magic. Pulsating from the passageway to the south, you see another tendril of energy, blue magic, indicating another school, indicating evocation magic.
Right.
And
God.
And just ahead of you, these two streams combine, changing into the black tendril of energy that snakes past you into the room you just emerged from.
My God, someone did cross the streams.
The plot begins.
Okay, relay all that.
How much magic are we working with here? It seems to be almost every type at this point.
Yes, indeed.
Well, not necessarily. It's only 4 different types now.
Yeah.
Because there were no combined on this level at least.
Yeah.
They may actually be on the upper levels.
But that is a considerably worrying thought if someone is feeding multiple types of magic into one condensed stream, then whatever's waiting at the top is...
So far you have determined Conjuration, Necromancy, Evocation, and Transmutation.
Can I still see those, like, vein-like magical feeding these pillars from the fountain?
You can see veins on this obelisk as well, but these do not appear to emanate from the fountain. Rather, there is a vein of purple energy rushing up the side of the obelisk that appears to be fed directly into it from the pulsating roots and vines at its base. These, under the influence of your detect magic, glow bright purple and appear to be being fed from a source that is beneath this room.
So they're What the fuck?
No, that adds to the atmosphere.
That was... Wow. Wow.
Indie Road at 3 p.m.
It was a fucking Dalek.
Wow. When your internet gets so bad, you have no choice but to exterminate.
Exterminate.
Bulb now has a theory.
Yep.
The necromantic pillar is being fed by blood. Necromancy.
Yeah?
This is probably getting fed by something that has been transmutated into something else.
You mean like
Encountered
the
a lot of
trees?
weird
Like
plants.
the trees. Yeah.
The trees?
So it looks like the source of energy is coming from the room below. So possibly.
So wasn't there a big bunch of plants directly beneath where we came up before? On the floor below?
I feel like we came up over here
Yeah.
and came out through here and then down here.
Yeah, based on
We
your
didn't check the
understanding of
northern rooms.
the layout of this temple, the room directly beneath where you are is one you have not explored.
I get the feeling that if we'd gone in there, there would have been a massive
Yeah.
painted thing
But
feeding
they
this
also-
pillar.
That said, from
Yeah.
what you could see, Bulb, the solution here appears to be pretty simple. All one would need to do is cut these roots and vines away, and
Robert votes for Firebolt. No cuts, just burn. Burn it all.
Well, you have a grim scythe might work. The northern one, Conjuration, I get the feeling that there might be a conjured something in there. The southwestern one is the one that worries me because that is Evocation, which comes immediately to Bulb's mind. An elemental
yeah,
might be in there feeding it.
Oh, bad.
or at least some
Which-
kind of elemental magic.
Well, yes.
Okay, so
Well, elemental
Take
stuff
it.
I should be able to sort out.
Yeah.
it shuts off the necromancy. We sever the roots here. It takes out the transmutation. Hey, lizard guys, do you want to go smash the blood fountain?
They look at you, and one of them raises his axe and says, "If we must, do you agree to have them go and smash the fountain?"
Do we want to?
Aww.
Or,
But do we want to see what the other obelisks are surrounded by first, so that we can do all four at once?
Interesting. How close to these weird roots will I have to get in order to inspect this pillar? Because I want to see if there's another rune on this.
About within 10 feet, I would say.
Okay, because I obviously don't want to touch if it's messing up whatever's attached to this. Just need to get close enough to looky loo.
Yep. So make an investigate check.
Oh, yuck! That's a 6.
So all you can see is that there is a jumbled mass of roots and vines wrapped around the bottom of the obelisk, and they're jutting out of the stone floor, and they've pushed away some of the stone tiles. They've just broken through from the room below, and some of them are pulsating almost as if they are breathing.
One, that's... Robert's not a plant person, but she's definitely a magic person. None of this seems particularly friendly. Also, can't really see anything on this with all the roots in the way. Anybody got any ideas?
Bobbit, as you say this,
Oh, no.
you see one of the roots begin to violently shake.
Nope.
And then you hear from somewhere else in the dungeon a scream. Ah! And then the root explodes, spraying the immediate vicinity with a mixture of blood and sap.
God damn it. Do I make a dex check, or do I just
No,
get
it doesn't appear to
sprayed?
be harmful.
Oh, okay.
Some of it
You
lands
just
on
get
you.
sprayed.
Just casually sitting there with blood and sap and me going, Bobbit is never coming back to Chult once this is over. Never. Ever again. Well, if anyone wanted proof that the druid guy's still alive, I think we know it's making the screams now. Ta-da!
If we hurt these trees, then are we hurting him?
You don't know.
I
you
mean-
have no way of knowing.
That was an
Yeah, like-
in-character question.
I feel like we need to stop these obelisks if they've all got a
Yeah.
source of magic going somewhere.
They seem to be a problematic source, so...
Just
So
firebolt
do
the
we-
vines.
Clearly I mean, I'm all for it if everyone else wants to go and smash the blood fountain, or do we want to go one at a time just in case something happens when we destroy these
Or
things?
as Bulb said, find the other sources of magic and see what they have.
Hey, quick question, guys.
Yep.
Sorry to interject. Can you sort of describe the layout of the area? Because I'm just looking at Google Maps at the moment. That's my
Yeah,
only
it's just
reference
a big
material.
open room with a pillar in the center.
Okay, sorry, my imagination was running wild. I thought there was so much stuff going on here.
Oh no, it's a very
This-
disturbing room, despite the fact that it's
Oh, yeah.
open. But yeah, for the most part, these are just big open rooms that have pillars in the center and
Okay.
passages that lead off to other rooms.
So was there anything... Definitely point to thing. Was there anything coming out of this room magic-wise?
Yeah, that
yes.
was the evocation.
Yeah, the evocation appears to be coming from the
Okay.
room to the south.
The evocation we thought was like elemental.
Possibly. I mean, we still
Yeah,
have to
that's
go
what
and
Bob was
check.
Well, Zinhorn's going to creep to the corner and look down the hallway.
Yep, Zinhorn. Please make a perception check.
That is a... What's my perception nowadays?
What do your
It
elven
is-
eyes see?
A 22.
So Zinhorn,
Apparently
you
a
press
lot.
against the wall and peer around the corner, and the room to the south appears to be shrouded in darkness. You can just make out the shape of a third obelisk in the center of the room. But you also catch flickers of movement in the darkness.
I just...
Something there.
I just realized I have a spell that could work on these plants that are actually probably more relevant. I'm going to speak with plants. Use my staff to cast speak with plants.
Alright. So
Probably
Bulb,
going to scream at me, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, amongst other things, I'm just gonna take another 5 feet back.
so Bulb, you
Right?
called it. You
Yeah.
step up to the obelisk,
No.
tap one of the vines with your staff, and immediately a voice pounds into your head, screaming, "Ah! Make it stop! The pain! Ah!"
where are you? We will come to make it stop.
Down! Below! Help! Help!
Buck, I think we need to go back down.
That bad?
Or all you need to do is cut off the source of the magic. You don't necessarily need to help.
I mean, literally, the roots are right here. It's connected to the pillar. Take out the roots here.
Sounds like a non-magical approach. Can Sir Lucian
What's-
withdraw his sword?
Yep, alright. So
Doing
Lucian
it all at the
walks up.
same time.
And
So
take another 5
Lucian
feet
brings
back.
his sword down
Yep.
on the vine.
Symbol
And
is attracted to...
as the vine pulsates and Bulb, as you hear the screaming, "Ah! Ah! The Archdruid! Why? Why?"
Hey, called it.
So Lucian brings down his blade, snipping the vine in two, and immediately it shrivels, snakes away, falls to the stone floor, and begins to violently convulse, bursting into an erupting mixture of blood and sap until nothing is left.
Is this pillar still emitting magic?
Yeah, but there are more vines. However, you do notice that the magic signature appears to be slightly weaker, and in your head, the voice is screaming, "Ah! Help! It's draining me! Stop it!
Huh?
Somehow kill me!"
Oh god! It's
Oh, you just
literally-
want to die.
I was gonna say, oh my god, it's freaking Harold from Fallout 3.
Did cutting that vine lessen the pain at all?
The voice.
Ooh, good
The
question.
voice just continues screaming and says, "Help! Help! Relieve me from this torment! Cut away the thing that drains!
I'm gonna take that as a yeah.
Keep cutting, Lucian. Keep cutting.
Yeah, keep going. Put
Yep.
on his
Yeah.
welding
So
goggles.
Sir Lucian raises his sword again, brings it down. Cut, smash, cut, smash. Each time he cuts away a vine, it pulsates, drops to the floor, and like a serpent, shrivels up and violently explodes into a puddle of sap and blood. Until finally, after a full 20 or so minutes of hacking away, all of the vines and roots are gone. The magic signature on the obelisk dims and turns dormant. And then, Bulb, in your mind, the voice's screaming gets lower and lower and lower, until finally the voice just says, You have killed me, but at least it ends. And then the voice speaks no more.
Did we do good?
We killed the source, so at least he's out of pain, but I feel like we could have saved him.
Very possibly,
But-
yes.
This is done.
Okay, well, now the roots are all gone, I'd like to investigate the pillar again.
Yep. Go ahead, make an investigate check.
Yeah, they're all higher. That's better. That's a 22.
Just like the other pillar, you notice it is smooth. There's not much in the way of decoration. The only thing of note being at the very base, what would have been covered by the roots, is the draconic rune for the number 3.
No, this is one of the ones we're looking for. So this is number 3. So we found 4 and 3. So possible the others are probably numbered as well. So
That means they could be up to 11.
So the
Bobbit,
magic
I
from
will
this is
ask you to
gone,
make
right?
an insight check, please.
Oh, good. My best stat. Hooray. What can I get with a +1 in insight? Oh, God, that's a 2. That's a nat 1. I
Nat
have
1.
no idea how this works.
Well, all I will tell you is that as you puzzle over what this could mean in reference to what you wrote down, you do remember that on the floor below, Sir Lucian grabbed the rightmost iron hook and pulled. Zinhorn grabbed the rightmost iron hook and pulled it. Each time he pulled it, revealing another link of a chain along with a click. And you know that there was one on the left and one on the right.
Oh. Wait, I got that was
Jeez,
a nat
1?
1?
I was just about to say, what would you
That
have got
was
with
it.
even a
That
5?
That was informative as shit for a nat 1. I mean, there's no acid now, so we could test that theory if nothing else.
Yeah, but what's Sanctuary going to do for us at the moment?
I don't know. It was a thought.
I know. That's why I was just
Part of me
asking.
wants to solve the puzzle. It seems important.
Someone else can make an insight check if you like.
Please do. Like, Bubba will relay the thought she's had, but other than that, it's like,
Sure,
we
I'll
don't
make
know.
it.
Bubba has 2 brains working, and neither of us know how this crap works.
That was a 7.
Somebody else.
That's 5. That's 12.
Bulb, you sit there and ponder, and then you see Sir Lucian. You remember Sir Lucian holding out the piece of paper with what Bobbit had copied down. You ask him if he can hand it to you, and he does. And then you read it, and you realise what it is. It's a cipher for how many links of the chain to pull out to unlock the stone door.
Unlock the stone door. Okay, so
But we didn't need to do that, because...
yeah, all it would have done was unlock the stone door.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll relay that.
So it wasn't a super secret door or
It
anything?
appears to be
No.
completely irrelevant to anything on this level.
Okay.
Aww.
While we've been taking forever to work that out, has anything come to attack us for stopping this obelisk?
No. Surprisingly,
Okay,
no.
let's go deal with the blood fountain,
Yep. All right.
and then let's deal with the other two on this floor.
So you're going to destroy the blood fountain
Okay.
yourself, or would you like to order the lizard folk to go do it? Because they're ready to charge.
They like
Well-
smashing things.
I feel like we probably don't want to smash it. We want to block it, because if we smash it, that's going to be a lot of blood on the floor.
Yes. And at the very least, that'll probably continue to feed the obelisk for at least another hour until it drains away.
You have a point.
Can Bulb just pick up all the sticks from the destroyed shrubs and just shove it in the pipe that Bobbit found?
Yeah, in the middle of the fountain.
Yeah.
So
Just-
you all make your way back through the hall, return to the stone fountain, and as the scale shields raise their maces and morning stars and axes ready to destroy the fountain, Bulb, you raise your hand, requesting that they halt, and you approach the fountain, gather some twigs, branches, leaves, and other gunk off the ground, and begin to insert them into the pipe in the center of the fountain, the thing that appears to feed the blood from the floor below. And I would like you to make an athletics check, please, to force it down there.
Lovely. Let's see. That's a 21.
With a handful of plant matter, you plunge your arm down into the pipe, forcing the obstruction as far down as it will go, as far down as you can reach, groaning and packing it in as tightly as you can. Then you remove your arm, and you notice that the center of the fountain is no longer bubbling. It appears to be completely blocked, and as it no longer bubbles, blood no longer spills over the sides of the fountain. And sure enough, you see the tendril of red energy feeding the obelisk begin to flicker, and within a few minutes fade away entirely.
Okay. Does the glow around the obelisks fade? Like the
Yes, and
glow that everyone can see?
Once the magic feeding the obelisks has been cut off, the glow around them appears to fade, and after that they look like nothing more than just featureless black stone slabs in the room.
Okay. Okay, guys, do we want to go Conjuration or Evocation next?
I think I know what
the
Bob
college to the
wants.
south.
And Zinhorn, for that matter.
Yeah, I feel like Zinhorn might be able to figure out the Evocation one if it is elementals powering it somehow.
Yeah.
Or even elemental forces, because he's...
That's my specialty.
Yeah, that's his specialty.
Alright, so you want to head follow the trail of evocation magic?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yay.
With Zinhorn leading the way, head back into the room with the pulsating vines and head down the passageway to the south towards the blue tendril of evocation magic. As you enter the room, you see the source of the movement, Zinhorn. A single warped tree and a legion of shrub blights begin to shuffle towards you. Please roll for initiative.
Damn.
Hooray.
What? Okay, initiative.
More trees.
Oh, 16.
Yeah,
Oh,
something tells me that Zinhorn will be going first.
are we still rolling, or are we going to
Yeah.
be doing the new rule?
No,
the new
those
rules are
don't
for
come
the
into play
campaign.
till next campaign. Still
Oh,
roll.
there's my net 20 for the session.
Hey, not 20, buddy.
No, you don't need a net 20.
Well, Zinhorn
your
goes
thing's
first
high
because
enough.
he has the alert feat. So,
Boo.
then
16
Bobbers.
for Bob, and I'll
I
be right
got
back.
I got a 28 total.
28 total.
25.
Yeah,
That's 23 is the best I can do.
Of course.
Is it
of course.
fair?
Okay. Sorry, what did Bulb get?
I think he said 16.
16, yes, that's right. Okay, I'll just roll for the enemy. I'm also putting the lizard folk in the combat calculator.
Quickly think of something.
There we go. Done. Okay. So, grab the battle music. And in we go. Sorry for the delay. I thought I had...
No, delay all you want. Delay all you want.
Okay, Zinhorn, you are up first, as you predicted.
You know what? I'm going to use my last fireball bead.
Yep. Hurl it right in between them while they're all grouped up.
Yep, sort of right in here, because that should hit all of them.
Yep.
With yeah.
It will indeed hit all of them. I'm going to make them roll to lean forwards, grab your last bead, and hurl it into the room, into the mass of vicious plants. The Tree Blight is going to roll his dex. The Tree Blight has rolled an 18, so he passes. Now for the 4 Shrub Blights, that is an 8, a 7, a 6, and an 18. So 1 to 3 fail, number 4 passes. Please roll your damage.
Sweet. And it is 86. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. I have 2d6s left. Alright, so that is
Down back.
4 and 4 is 8, another 4 is 12, and 3 is 15, and 3 is 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 total. No.
23 total. Okay, so the Tree Blight and the 1 shrub who passed take 23 because they are weak to it, so it'd be halved and doubled again. But then, this is the part you will like. Frame is not with it today. Okay, that is going to be 46 damage to the other 3 shrub blights as they roil and scramble to get out of the way of the explosion and are caught in the flames. None of them are killed, but they all look considerably worse for wear. Portions of them already burning and dropping away, branches breaking off, and leaves incinerated. Bobbit, it is your turn.
So is this section here just like rubble on the ground?
That's just rubble, yep. Do you want to move up to it?
How tall is it? Sort of like...
It's tall enough to cover your whole body.
Alright, Zinhorn's going to sort of go behind there and try and sort of like... Try and blend into the rubble, Mask of the Wild style.
Yep, so Zinhorn runs up to the pile of rubble and uses his Mask of the Wild to blend into it. It is now Bobbit's turn.
Whereabouts did Zinhorn lob that fireball bead?
There.
Right here, yes.
That still won't hit anything?
Won't hit Zinhorn, no. He's just out of range.
Bobbit basically doing monkey see, monkey do. Is just going to walk into the exact same thing.
So Bobbit just runs into the doorway, hurls a fireball bead.
Run, just casually just strolls in, goes, flick.
Okay. As you hurl another fireball bead as the embers from the last one are still burning, you hurl a second one into the room. I'm going to roll for them.
I was bet the trees don't have enough intelligence to communicate, because that would be amazing. Like, oh, thank God, we somehow survived. It can't get any worse than...
The Tree Blight rolled a 19, so he passed. And
stop that.
Shrub 4 and Shrub 1 passed. Shrubs 2 and 3 did not. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's, if I remember correctly, 66? 86.
86.
Yes.
I always get that one wrong for some reason. You'd think I'd know by now. And there you go. 32.
Ooh,
32 if you pass, 64 if you failed.
Yep.
Have
So
fun!
the tree and the shrubs that passed take 32. And once again, there is a loud boom as fire sweeps through the room, and shrub blights 1 to 3 are instantly incinerated.
Yay! Well, I was just going to casually turn around and stroll back out to where she goes and just go, alright, Keeper, go do the thing.
Very well, very well. It is Keeper's turn. He moves 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Cannot get any further. It is now the enemy's turn. The tree blight is going to make a perception check, digging its roots into the ground to try and sense vibrations.
Oh god.
And that is a 18. It becomes aware that Zinhorn is nearby, and it begins to stomp towards the pile of rubble where he hides, and then leaning one of its thick branches over the pile of rubble, goes in for an attack.
Hi there.
The tree.
It's going to make it makes 4 attacks, 2 with its branches, 2 with its grasping roots. So here come the first 2 branch attacks. That is a 29.
Yeah.
Okay, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage, Zinhorn.
9.
The second is another 24, so that's another hit. You
Yeah.
take 19 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
Then the tree blight smashes its roots into the stone floor, sending stone tile and rubble flying through the air, and the first root juts out right in front of Bobbit.
Yay!
Bobbit, that is a nat
Keep it
1.
up.
So as the root bursts through the ground, you duck as it grasps the air above your head, but then it readies itself and strikes again. That is a 22.
Aw,
Is that a
that
hit?
one's gonna hit. Yeah.
Okay, so this
yeah.
is not magic. That's okay. You still get
Yeah.
resistance. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, and
Ow,
you are grappled as the root is wrapped around you. And then, as a bonus action, the tree blight retracts its root, pulls you towards its trunk, and makes a bite attack. You hear the sound of cracking wood as its trunk opens, revealing a gaping maw, and holding you in its root, it attempts
Why does everything in this stupid place want to eat me?
attempts to feed you into what passes as its mouth, and that is a 22.
No.
You take 11 points of piercing damage as the
Ow.
tree's wooden maw begins to chomp down on you.
Is
Ow.
it your quest just to get eaten by every creature in China?
Lilith, this isn't intentional.
The remaining
That's
shrub
happened enough now that I
has
question it.
happened enough. The remaining shrub blight shuffles forwards, and seeing that Bobbit is grappled, goes to attack Bobbit with advantage, making 2 claw attacks. The first is a 16, which does not hit. The second is a
man.
19, does that hit?
That matches.
It slashes you with one of its remaining branches that hasn't been burnt away and deals 6 points of slashing damage, and that is with your resistance.
Ow. Stupid trees are beating me up.
It is the lizard folk's turn. You hear them call you hear one of them bark the order, charge! And then they scream a battle cry as they rush forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They reach the shrub blight and they move to attack it. gaining 8 guaranteed hits against it. So that is going to be 3, 13, 22, 29, 37, 45 damage. And as you've seen them do before, they move upon the shrub blight as a swarm and smash it to pieces with their morning stars.
To see the legs just dangling out of the mouth of the tree blight going, "Yay, good job, everybody."
It is Bulb's turn.
Bulb is just going to produce flame and throw it at the tree blight.
Yep, go ahead, roll to hit it.
What is
Oh,
my...
keep in mind you will be rolling with disadvantage because it is behind the debris, so it's covered by the debris.
Oh,
Unless you want to run into the room.
I've got a plus 12 to spell attack, so...
Alright, go ahead.
Hey, that was 2 15s plus 12, so that's
Yeah,
27.
That's a hit. Roll the damage.
3d8. Produce flame actually scales up really well.
It does.
I was going to say, how do you get plus 12 to your hit? I only got like plus 9.
I have plus 10 because wisdom and thing plus my staff gives me a plus 2.
That works.
11, 13 damage.
13 damage. That is doubled to 26. As you
why is it getting
see
warm?
one of the branches hanging over the top of the debris to strike Zinhorn, you leap forwards and hurl a tiny ember of flame at it. It hits it, and instantly the branch recoils.
And
It
then
also
the bonus
catches
action.
flame.
Oh no.
Oh,
Why is it getting
activate,
warm in here?
Yep.
I'll activate my shield.
You activate your shield. Your shield is active. You say vomit, and your shield swoops up, covering you. It is Sir Lucian's turn. Sir Lucian, I assume you want to charge it. Do you want to go with a melee attack, or do you want to hurl your axe in there?
Now, you're gonna have to, like, set the scene for me, because I cannot see anything.
Yeah,
Like,
so
I only
there's
know
a giant tree. It's attacking your friends. It's in the room ahead of you. It's currently covered behind a big pile of debris, so if you hurl your axe, it might be a bit hard to hit it, but you have enough movement, you can just charge in there with your sword if you want.
Ooh, yeah, probably just go charge for the roots.
Yep. So
Whatever it comes to its base, or where it's...
you want to try to hit the root that's grappling Bobbit.
Oh, that would be good, yeah.
Yep. So Sir Lucian draws his sword and charges into the room, ready to strike the root that holds Bobbit. He makes his 3 attacks, 3d20, and that is 2 hits, 1 miss. So he deals 8 plus, where is his character sheet? Plus 16. Wow, he really does deal a lot of damage. They say fighters don't scale in this game. He deals 21 points of damage. And Bobbit, you may make an acrobatics or athletics check.
I'm gonna go for athletics. Let's see what I can do. It's a 12, so I'm guessing I'm just wiggling a lot while I'm
So
in here.
Lucian cuts the root and you attempt to scramble away, but a second root shoots out and quickly wraps itself around you.
Hooray.
So Lucian is then going to use a precision attack, roll a d10 and add that to his damage. And that is an extra 8 points of damage. As he sees the Bobbit is caught up again, he just shouts, for the love of the gods! And strikes the root again, but failing to cut it this time.
It's not exactly like Bobbit wants to be in here.
It is Zinhorn's turn again.
Okay, so Zinghorn is going to, what's the word? Flame Blade, that's the one.
Yes, Flame Blade. Now, you will have to come out of... You will, if you want to... You'll be rolling with disadvantage because the debris separates you and the tree blight, but unless you want to come out and get a better...
I'm going to try and make my way sort of over opposite side.
Yep, very well. Yep, you can. It's very easy. No attack of opportunity. You rush out, and you are now flanking the tree blight with Sir Lucian on the other end.
And the Flame Blade with a 17 to hit.
17 to hit. That is a hit. Roll your damage.
Cool. And that is 3d6. Oh my word, that is 8 points of fire damage.
That's still 16 points because it is weak to fire damage. So it goes... It's looking quite beaten up now. You see the fire has seared away a lot of the bark and the leaves, but it is still somehow fighting. Bobbit, it is your turn, and as you are grappled, at the start of your turn, you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
Smithy, do you still need my screen?
No, sorry, no.
Very well. What would you like to do, Bobbit? You can attempt to escape, or you could attack it while you're grappled, but you'll be rolling at disadvantage.
I mean... I have Firebolt, and my hand is, right next to it.
Yep, alright. You'll still be rolling with disadvantage, because it is, flailing you around in its roots.
Yay. 15... I'm gonna guess a 12 doesn't hit.
Unfortunately not. You ready a firebolt, let it loose, and flies through the air and misses the tree trunk by a good foot or two.
Well, Bobbit tried. Everyone else help Bobbit now. Protect Bobbit.
Tree Blight's turn. At the start of its turn, it takes 8 points of fire damage as the flames continue to spread throughout its body. And first, as a bonus action, it's going to make a bite attack on Bobbit, reeling her into its giant maw. That is a 22.
Slowly losing health here.
You take 7 points of piercing damage as it chomps down on you, and then you force yourself back out of the lips of the mouth, back into the roots.
Is this technically magical damage?
No, it's not magical,
No,
so Bobbit's resistant to it.
Then it's still chipping away. I'm glad it's not magical because
it shoots its other grasping root into the ground, and it shoots up on the other side of the lizard folk mob. And it's going to attack the lizard folk with its grasping root. The first is a 14. The scale shield who is targeted raises his shield and deflects it. The second is a nat 20.
There goes another lizard man.
The scale shield attempts to get out of the way, but he is struck. He takes 22 points of damage, and already having been wounded from earlier, he screams as the root wraps itself around him and crushes the life out of him.
Man, these guys are not having any luck with these trees.
Leaving
It's just
7
me dangling from
lizard folk. Then it makes 2 branch attacks at Sir Lucian. The first is a 17, which misses. The second is a nat 1 that misses. And as it strikes at Sir Lucian, he uses his reaction to use a riposte. And he's going to make a melee weapon attack against it.
It's gonna be fun.
That is a hit. He deals 1d8 plus 8. He deals 9 points of damage to it, and then he's going to spend a superiority die to add an extra 4, upping the damage to 13, as he lashes out at the branch as it attempts to strike him again. Digs the tip of his blade into it, slicing the branch off, and then taking advantage of this as the tree stumbles, he leaps forwards and sticks his blade into its gaping maw. You hear the sound of scraping wood. The tree shudders and opens its roots, dropping Bobbit to the stone floor as it ceases to move.
Bobbit's just like completely ruffled, bark everywhere, just rolls over, looks at Bob and goes, "Why do you like these things for?"
Because imagine you were my enemy.
Fair. Ow.
Combat is
He also
now over.
does just point at Keeper.
Fair. Fair. Ow.
Let me check how many superiority die Lucian has left. He has
I am going to be incredibly nice,
2 left. He has 3 left.
and I am going to chuck a supreme healing potion at Bobbit.
Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm not going to say no, but you don't have to do
I
that.
have another one.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I spent all my money on healing potions before we left.
Fair enough. So how much was the superior again?
It's D4?
84 plus...
Is it? Yeah. 8D4 plus 10?
Supreme healing is...
Yeah.
It is 10d4 plus 20.
Yeah, God. I feel like that's overkill at this point. Maybe I hold off on that for 5 minutes. And I'll definitely hold on to it.
Now that combat has died down, as Bobbit winces, climbs to her feet, you look around the room, and much like the others, it is bare, almost empty, save for the single stone obelisk in the center. This one is surrounded with pulsing trails of blue-green flames.
Oh.
The flames appear to be leaking through a trench dug in the floor around the obelisk,
Visually
billowing
drawn
up
set
from a
of-
chimney below.
Arcana check.
If you like.
Okay.
And of course, I will point out to Bulb that you can see that the source of the evocation magic appears to be the flames themselves. The flames burning at the bottom of a chimney that leads directly up into this room with the obelisk positioned directly above it, feeding the energy from being fed by the energy from the flames. Bobbit, what did you get on your Arcana check?
Does this count as a magical device, or is this just magic in general?
I mean, technically it's a magical device.
Well, that's good, because otherwise I would have rolled a nat 1, which is still a 15 for me, but instead I rolled 14, so that's 28.
So,
How
Bobbit,
do you work, Magic Queen?
you recognize these flames as being sort of similar to those created by a spell such as Green Flame Blade. There appears to be a fireplace below this room, directly below, where these flames burn, feeding their magical energy to this obelisk. You determine that the flames are probably almost entirely magical and are not mundane. It is likely that at the bottom of the chimney there is no actual fireplace, there's no wood, there's no fuel for the fire, just a magically conjured flame that continuously burns.
So wait, it's a magically conjured eternal flame?
It seems so.
How big is the flame?
Oh.
From what the part of the flame that you can see here, is just a trail of embers around the obelisk, but when you look directly down the trench, down into the chimney below, you see at the very bottom a fire that must be at least the size of a regular campfire.
Can we just dump the rubble on top of it?
If you want.
Don't you? Yeah, I have an idea.
What is your idea, Sir Lucian?
Is it possible? Do I still emerge with stone?
Yes, you do.
Can I emerge with stone down to the bottom of the chimney? And I was hoping maybe, if it's possible, to grab a hold of wherever it's situated that's burning that eternal flame and sort of just take it with us.
That's a good idea, actually.
I definitely wanted to scoop some up.
Flame blade. That would be awesome.
I just like the idea of an eternal flame. I also had the idea of going, if it's the size of a campfire, technically prestidigitation would be able to just snuff it out immediately.
And Druidcraft.
That too.
Yeah.
But it is a magical flame.
I could just grab where it's situated and it won't burn me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it could still burn you, but it
Yeah.
can still burn you because you don't turn into stone, but you would be able to get down there. But I will ask for an athletics check as you make your way down, so I'm going to roll that for you.
Well, I'm wearing 90 pump, so I go faster.
The thing is there going to be an enemy down there guarding it?
we
Well, the
don't
thing is,
know.
if it's connected, like if it's the magic that's for this obelisk that we need to stop, like, yeah, do we need to take it with us if we need to stop it, or?
I mean, if it's feeding the obelisk,
You don't know. You don't know if you need to snuff it out, or if it's sufficient to simply remove it from underneath the obelisk.
I don't know. I'm still reading prestidigitation. All it says is you instantly light or snuff at a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Yep.
Well, you know, had
Do you
that
want
on
to try to
backup,
prestidigitate it before Sir Lucian goes down? Do you want to try to prestidigitate it, Bobbit?
I mean, cantrips seem to do the least amount of damage in terms of this realm, so you know what, we're gonna give that a swing.
Yep. So Bobbit, you step forward, stand over the trench, hold out your hand and cast prestidigitate. Small gust of wind shoots down the chimney, and for a second the flame flickers, but it doesn't go out.
Oh.
From your Arcana check, this does confirm to you that this is a magical flame, and now that you've tried to douse it, you know exactly what it is.
Oh.
It is the product of a continual flame spell.
Oh.
Oh.
A flame
That's-
equivalent in brightness to a torch springs forth from an object that the spell is cast on. The effect looks like a regular flame, but it creates no heat and doesn't use oxygen. The continual flame can be covered or hidden, but not smothered or quenched.
Oh, so my rocks wouldn't have worked.
So we would have to dispel it to stop it.
Or remove it.
Is there a boulder big enough to cover the chimney?
There might be.
Or just cover it with a tarpaulin.
No, it just said they
Yeah,
can't
do we-
smother it.
No, but stopping the heat reaching the...
Well, it doesn't
There
give
is
off.
heat.
It doesn't give off heat. It seems to be that it is the actual embers of the flame that are feeding the obelisk. So,
Ah, okay.
Is anyone got a containment device that could put in eternal flame?
No.
Anyone got a dagger?
Sir
not
Lucian
think that in
uses
their
his
pockets.
merge with stone. And, well, actually, he doesn't do that because he's used that today. But he instead begins to climb down the trench. And because he rolled high on his athletics, he's able to press his body against the very side of the trench and avoid being burned by the flames. And at the very bottom of the chimney, Sir Lucian finds himself in what looks to be the hearth of a fireplace. On the other side, outside the hearth, he can see nothing but a vast, open, dark room. But that's not what he's interested in. What he's interested in is what appears to be a metal tinderbox about the size of the palm of his hand, which has been placed in the hearth and has had some sort of magic cast upon it and now emanates a light blue flame. So Sir Lucian grabs this, holds it aloft, and then climbs his way back up through the chimney, emerging from the trench and placing the enchanted tinderbox on the floor in front of him. And as he does so, Bulb, you see the magical aura around the obelisk begin to fade until it disappears.
We're keeping this flame. I want it.
Tinderbox of eternal flame.
Yeah, so as the rest of you look around, as the rest of you look at it, you see that it is nothing more than an adventurer's tinderbox that has had continual flame cast upon it, so that it constantly emanates a flame that can never be put out and always burns. The blue colour is likely because of the strange way in which magic works in this place, and you all have the feeling that maybe once you get out of here it will just change to a normal coloured flame. So Sir Lucian, you want to keep this continuously burning tinderbox?
Oh, this is going to be awesome, yes. Can I just, put a little cover over it and just chuck it in my pocket?
So what you do, Sir Lucian, is you reach down to the tinderbox and you see that it's open. It's open and the materials inside are what have actually been enchanted with the continual flame. And so, carefully, you reach down and you grab the lid of the tinderbox and slide it shut. And once the lid is over the flame disappears, and you have just a normal tinderbox in your hand. Whenever you open it, the flame will re-emerge, but for now it is contained neatly within a box small enough to fit in the palm of your hand.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, it has to learn how that works.
Oh, Fighter got his first magic spell. It's not really a magic spell, but...
First, you've got a magic carpet.
Oh, yeah, rompy bompity boo. Forgot about that.
So what would you guys like to do now that this obelisk appears to have been taken care of?
I wish to check to see what rune lies upon it.
Go ahead, make an investigate check.
Would it be with advantage since I know roughly what I'm
Yep.
forward
Make
to
with advantage since you know roughly where you're looking.
21.
21. Walk up to the obelisk as close as you can get without stepping into the trench and falling down. And sure enough, at the base of the obelisk, you find a draconic rune for the number 2.
Okay. So there was 4. So far we've seen 4 streams of magic, and this is the...
Yeah.
We've gone 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so that's 2. The other ones were 3 and 4.
It's logical to assume there's only 4 of these.
Well, at least on this level anyway. So there's 1 more left.
Yep. And Bulb, I believe, knows where it is. So you have 2 options. When you return to the room that was once filled with pulsating, twisting vines, there is a stairway leading up to a room to the north, or you may follow the stream of Conjuration magic and head directly into the room that it emanates from.
Oh, it's still woozy from getting her butt kicked by a tree, so she'll defend people on this one.
You can also take a short rest at any time if you like.
Well, how's everyone else looking? Because I know time's a factor in this place.
So Lucian's unharmed.
Down by 50, but that's...
Yeah. You say 15 or 50?
50.
Oh.
I'm at 97 of 147.
Oh.
What about Bulb?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello.
How are you looking on health? Oh, you're muted again, somehow.
Oh, no.
Sorry. No, I was getting a call about energy, and then they called me from my own mobile number.
Of course they did.
I don't even know how that works.
That's a scam.
I'm not gonna lie, that's impressive.
It's impressive, but it's a scam. I've had it happen to me. So how are you looking on health?
I'm fine on health.
Alright,
the
so
only thing I would get
Zinhorn
back is a
and
wild
Bobbit
shape.
really.
So.
So
Is there any oily substances in this room?
no, there are not. But I know what you're thinking.
No.
That may come up.
Oh god.
Eternal flame swords? Yes.
Ooh.
Any health?
I mean, that would only last until the oil runs out.
Yeah.
Wait, if it's an eternal flame that doesn't... If there's no heat from it, would it burn a magical staff?
You don't know.
I probably shouldn't try to find out. That sounds highly
I
dangerous.
kind of have an idea of just picturing Sir Lucy on the back of a flying carpet, whizzing around the room, chopping limbs off.
Good
Well,
lord.
it is unlikely that it would ignite any oil or other flammable surface, as it doesn't create any heat. So
Yeah.
it's literally just a flame. If you touch it, you'll probably burn yourself, but it doesn't actually emanate any heat enough to ignite things. So where would you guys like to go?
Just
Or
for fun,
rest or
Bob
press
is
on?
going to cast Produce Flame, put it on his staff, and walk around with a flaming staff.
Yeah, just Bulb just casually, just see Bulb just casually just pointing their staff towards and Bulb's just like, gimme.
I let her touch it.
Oh, with the staff. I'm not touching it barehanded because Bulb's not that
Yeah. Okay. Bobbit, you press your staff against Bulb's staff, and sure enough, the flame spreads from his staff to yours. It is no longer on his staff, it is now on your staff, almost as if you were the one who cast Produce Flame on it.
And Zinhorn's just walking around with a flaming sword of his own because he hasn't let it go yet.
And this is going to last for 10 minutes.
That's I assume so you're having a short rest?
Yeah, sure. If the others need a short rest, sure.
Go ahead. So while Bobbit and
So your
Bulb play with their flaming staffs, and Sir Lucian just spends 10 minutes opening the lid of the tinderbox to gaze at the eternal flame, and then shuts it again and marvels at this thing that he's found, and how even if he can't burn things with it, it is going to be a fantastic companion on those nights when he is at the races after dark and can't see his way to his private booth.
Flame goes on, flame goes off.
The fact that he can't see his way to the booth isn't because it's dark, it's because
It's
he's
just
black
he's
out
shit
drunk.
He's shit.
It's because he's blind drunk, and there are also like probably hundreds of people all in a crowd around him begging him for signed photographs.
Oh my god, imagine him literally threatening hordes of people, just freaking rips out the tinderbox going, back, you bastards!
I think that's
Okay,
what he
so
plans to
just
use
do-
it for.
So short rest, yes?
Yes, short rests. You may
Hey!
roll some hit dice. You may recover your abilities at recharge on a short rest.
Yeah.
Spells are back, hooray.
Yeah,
Okay,
5
well, we
hit
have
dice,
short
and I'm back to
rests.
full health.
Can we get our wild shapes back at short rests?
Yes, you do.
Yes. Yes,
Cool.
we do.
I'm back
That's
up to 2
what-
wild shapes.
Yeah.
Cool.
I have 2 wild shapes unless I use a elemental. Then I have 1 wild shape.
I also used 5 to get back to full. Just, yeah. I was just sitting there the entire time, just waving stuff around with the fire and going, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
You know what? I'm going to use 1 hit dice just to get back up to full.
Yep. So
I don't even need to roll because minimum's 1 plus my con.
After 10 minutes have passed, Bulb, your detect magic wears off, and the subtle glowing colours you can still see floating in the stale air of this room dissipate.
He knows where the 4th one was. So.
I'm going to just immediately reuse that because I get it back at a short rest.
Short rest, yep.
That works.
Once
I was gonna say,
again,
unless you don't want to. I was gonna say, unless you don't want to use the spell slot, I can always cast it.
Oh no, mine Furball
It's,
magic.
once per
Once
short
a day,
rest.
I get a short. I get a. Once per rest, I get a detect magic for
Was
free.
it a short rest or a long rest?
Short or long?
Oh.
Okay, yep, so you get it back. So you immediately cast the spell again, you see the magical particles sparkling in the stale air, and once again you see, through the door ahead, the stream of yellow conjuration magic making its way from somewhere to the north and then shooting directly up through the roof. The only question is, would you like to head north through the central chamber, or would you like to head up the staircase leading up into a northern room directly ahead of you?
That is the question.
Mm.
Because our characters don't know that there is another room. Bulb is probably all for making sure we get rid of as much of this magic as possible.
Yep. Everyone else?
So,
Have we heard any more of the Oh, sorry. What was that, Lucian?
I was gonna say, I don't think Sir Lucy can really help out the magic department, so he just puts his arms up and shrugs. It's like, whatever you want, go for it.
So
Start
have
trying
we-
to Yep.
Have we heard any
Okay.
more of the screams
No,
since
During the short rest, you did not hear any more of the screams.
So it was.
oh, it might have been the plants that were screaming.
My God.
Perhaps.
That disturbs Bulb. Like, it
Whispers,
was linked to
however,
plants.
even as you find a moment of playfulness playing with your flaming staves and tinderbox, you still occasionally hear the strange whispers.
Oh yeah, no, that.
And the
That we can't
feeling
do
of
much
being
about.
watched does not pass.
Nope.
It's almost as if the darkness in this place is alive.
As we're walking along, I'm going to ignite Bobbitt's staff again.
Very well.
Yay.
So would you like to directly follow the yellow trail into the room to the north?
That's what Bulb would like to do, yes.
Anyone else have any other ideas?
Really? That's not
Think of anything else?
Yep. So
I have a cat tail in my face. Just thought everyone should know that.
motioning for the lizard folk to follow you. You follow the great furbolg out of the room as he heads across the hallway and pushes open a wooden door leading to the north. You find yourself in yet another featureless open room. Aside from the faded carvings on the walls as ever, the only things of note being a small pile of rubble, a stairway in the left-hand corner of the room leading further up into the temple, and another black stone obelisk in the very center of the room. And this one, as you see it, Bulb, fills you with disappointment. You can see the yellow conjuration magic being fed from the top of it, just like with all the other obelisks. You can see the vein of yellow energy surging from the stone floor up the side of the obelisk, but there does not appear to be any obvious source of it, at least not on this level.
Nope. And then one of us returned back to the void.
Yep, and you may make a insight check if you like, Bulb.
Okay, may as well. I just gotta try and do this without disturbing the dog or the cat.
Good
Because
luck.
this is the most peaceful this has been all week. Insight, did you say?
Yes.
Yep.
That is a 10.
You curse in giantish. Of course. It's conjuration magic. Why would the source of the pillars, why would the source of the obelisk's power be here in the room with it? It must exist somewhere else in the temple.
Yeah. But so there's no like veins or anything.
Unlike the others, there does not appear to be any obvious source. It is
Okay.
likely, being that it is conjuration magic, that the source of this obelisk's power is not directly beneath you, but is perhaps in a completely unrelated part of the temple, and simply using the power of conjuration magic. If you were to disrupt it here, the only way you can think that you would be able to do it would be to just cast a spell magic on the obelisk. Unless you want to go searching the lower levels to see if you can find its source.
No, I did have an idea though, and I want to, and I honestly have no idea how this would mechanically work. So obviously, you would need to say if I can even attempt it. I would like to try and use my ability, which normally would be in a short rest, but hear me out. Put my root tendrils from my feet into the obelisk and see if I can suffuse my magical essence to see where it's leading.
Yeah, I'll allow you to do that.
I don't know how.
It's
but
like detect magic, but a level higher.
Yeah. So
like see where it leads me.
So you want to physically insert part of your body into the obelisk?
See, when you put it like that, fuck.
While he's deciding on whether to do that fun idea or not, can I investigate the obelisk?
You can, with advantage.
Hey. So you continue having that internal debate while I...
Yeah, I will Yeah, hear the results from that first, and then I'll...
Yeah, 16.
Sure enough, Bobbit. The obelisk is blank, featureless, save for the draconic rune for the number 1 engraved at its base.
Well, that confirms that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But yes, I would like to
Okay, so Bob...
place my hands a centimetre away from it and extend the roots from my arms.
So Bulb, you step up to the obelisk, hold your hand just above its surface and extend one of your grasping roots, wrapping it around the obelisk and digging deep into the well of magic. Would you like you to please make an Arcana check with disadvantage?
Advantage? Okay, fair enough. Goes on my dust. Okay.
And it's gone.
Oh, that's actually not that bad. That's an 18.
You feel the magic welling in your body, and you wrap your root tighter and tighter, and then press the full mass of your body against the obelisk. You cannot see it, but you can feel the source of the magic is somewhere on the very bottom level of the temple.
Aww.
Please make a con save.
Yep, there we go.
Oh. And there's the kicker.
Hold on, I just need to check my abilities. I know one of them does give me something about con, but I need to know what it's... No, I just gained proficiency in Constitution. Okay, cool. Oh, that's a nat 20, so that is 28.
The sheer raw magic begins to surge through your body, burning your skin, and you quickly detach yourself, stepping back before it causes any damage.
Oh. So the magic source for this is on the bottom floor, so I say maybe we put up with this one still being active.
Unless you want to cast a spell magic on it.
Yeah.
I have the Pearl of Power, which is up to 3rd level spell slots.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
I will just cast the spell magic on it using a 3rd level spell slot and then crush the pearl.
Yep, to restore the spell slot.
Yeah.
Okay. So raise your hand, cast a spell magic. The tendril of yellow energy flickers, and then in an instant it is gone. The obelisk reduced once more to an ordinary stone slab. You then place the Pearl of Power on your palm and clasp it shut, crushing it, feeling the magic rushing back into your body, restoring your spell slot.
Cool.
Seems all 4
Well-
pillars are now inactive.
I guess it's time to go up, everyone.
Anything
go up the
happened
staircase?
when we did that?
No, that's the thing. You now presumably have deactivated all 4 obelisks, but you cannot detect any change. Any immediate change. The air still feels stale, oppressive. The whispers are still ever present. The darkness still permeates. The sound of dripping water, the smell of mildew. Nothing has changed.
Oh. Well, worth a shot.
Yeah.
So you ready to head up the staircase into the next room?
Bulb is.
That is where we're going to be.
Anyone else have any other
There's
ideas?
nowhere else to go, otherwise we decide to go down.
Yeah, it's either head up or head down and search the rest of the dungeon.
If I was to give the lizard folk a greater healing potion, would that up their survivability?
Perhaps, if they survive a hit to take it.
Do any of them look damaged, or...
They're all slightly damaged, but none of them look close to death.
No, that's okay then. I won't do that then.
Yeah.
They
just
we want to check the
Hold their
bottom
shields,
level?
point towards the staircase, and say, "We march on to strike down the enemies of our people. If we die in the process, so be it."
How many levels were there to this that we could see from the outside?
At least 4. This would presumably be the 4th.
That we're heading to now?
Yes.
I feel like we're too close to the top of it to really turn back and check the bottom level.
That's entirely fair. What does everyone else think?
I mean, yeah.
If we determine that if there's more pillars and we determine that what's powering them is on the bottom floor, I still have 3 more times that I can...
Yeah, 3 more dispel magics.
Well, actually, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more dispel magics at most. If
Yeah,
need be.
that's something. Okay. So stealing yourselves, you gesture for the lizard folk to follow you, and in single file make your way up the narrow stone staircase, your footsteps echoing in the silent darkness, until the staircase brings you into a vast room above, an area right below the rooftop of the temple. This grand hall is decorated in ornate stone columns and stone carvings along the walls and ceiling. A pair of small braziers shed blue-green light about the chamber. Trees and various types of plant life grow out from the floor and walls in each corner of the room. Their leaves, branches and vines bear colours of dark red, grey or black. In the centre of the room, his gaze already turns in your direction, silently watching as you emerge from the staircase and fan out upon the landing, is a narrow-faced elf of advanced age, wearing the long-flowing green robes that Zinhorn and Bulb immediately recognise as those marking him as an archdruid. He says nothing as you fan out. He simply studies you, his narrow, gaunt face evidently sizing you up as he looks at you each in turn.
You must be Fatari.
He smiles a cold smile, revealing bleached white, sharp teeth. He says, "Yes, and you must be outsiders, adventurers who have come to sully Ubtau's fine name. Take what you wish, just like the criminals you are."
The rest of us see Bobbit take all the offerings.
No.
No. Boat's gonna hold. I mean, you're wrong about the Uptown part.
He narrows his eyes and he says, "But you readily confess to being criminals. Criminals of the highest order who have brought untold harm to Chult and would do it here in Bakumora."
Hey, we saved Chult. Bobbit, despite the fact that Bobbit really doesn't want to because Chult sucks, honestly. There's been nothing but problems since the second we first showed up here.
Fatari smiles and he says, Fatari smiles and he says, "Well, Ubtau does not require that his sacrifices willingly submit themselves or even that they like him. Nonetheless, he will be happy that you have come here and graciously offered yourselves."
Okay, at this point, Alisander's kicking in and going, "Okay, you know what? I've had enough of this. You're not even praying to Uptown. Look around you. Nothing of this place is even remotely connected to Uptown. None of it."
Yeah, Uptown doesn't require sacrifices, does he?
No, he doesn't,
Uptown
as far as you know.
isn't here. There is nothing in this realm, in this land, that is even remotely connected to Uptown. Whatever you're doing, Uptown is not the recipient.
I would like you to please make a charisma check, just a straight charisma check. You may make it with advantage, as Bulb pointed out that Uptown does not receive sacrifices.
I actually said that out loud.
Okay, so just roll plus my charisma. 19.
He looks around. The DC was 20 and...
So much!
Inspiration.
Atari
looks
looks
Can I
around.
please burn my inspiration, or...
If you want.
Can I burn...
Yeah?
Need this son of a bitch to listen, damn it. Okay, come on, you need to give me something here. You gotta give me something. Yeah, no, he's not listening, damn.
He looks around, raising one arm from his billowing green cloak, and he gestures towards the trees and plant and various forms of plant life that grow throughout this chamber, and he says, "There is life here, and the essence of the jungle here. How could it not be, Ubtau? The Yuan Ti were driven away. They abandoned this place. The god within was not for them. It must be Ubtau, for he has allowed me to harness the essence of the jungle and bring it to life in this place."
What about Sylvanus and Shantae? There's more than one nature god.
He says, "And yet neither of them have sway in Chult." At
Do
this
you
point,
recognize who I am?
Do you step forward, Zinhorn?
I do.
You step forwards, and Fatari looks you up and down. And then he smiles and he says, "Your nose, the point of your ears, yes. You are the whelp of the Aloros.
Oof.
Last I heard you had perished in Mezro when Rasnasi wrought his conquest upon the land. That you have returned from that place of evil only cements my resolve that you are here to destroy the influence of Ubtau and open Bakumora to invasion from outside forces, so that it may be laid to waste by the spell plague and Rasnasi."
We are here to relieve this place from your hold, lest the people return to normality and get out of this mist.
The spell
Rasmus-
plague. I'm sorry, you're doing a thing. I'm sorry. I'm getting annoyed here, but please continue.
Rasmussen has been removed. The spell plague is over, and we are here to put an end to your weirdness and irrationality.
Please make a persuasion check and make it with disadvantage, and I'll explain the reason why shortly.
Oh no, that all just bodes badly.
That is. I'm not going to make it. Persuasion. Yeah, that's an 11.
11, very well. The DC was once again 20.
Ah.
Vatari looks at you and his lip twists into a cold smirk, and he says, "Do not try to pretend that you still serve the people of Bakumora, Zinhorn Aloro. I can tell that you have fallen under the sway of the dark forces. I can feel the influence of Ras Nasi right here in this room."
Oh. Okay, really? Are we going back to this again? Really? Every freaking time? Why is it that every place I show up, this crap keeps getting brought up? Look, formerly part of Ras Nasi. Everyone's going to call Bob out on this. This isn't funny anymore. Every other part of Ras Nasi is like 99.9% dead. Can we please just ignore the 0.01 and leave me be?
But there you have it, says Vatari. Ras Nasi still survives within you, and that makes you agents of the darkness. I alone will return the jungle god to his former glory. I alone will return Ubtao to the jungle and save Bakumora and all of Chult from darkness. He raises his staff.
We alone will remove you from this place so that Bakumora can go back to its once great glory.
Well,
So be it, says Vatari, his smile twisting into a scowl. You will perish and be sacrifices for the aspect of Ubtao above. Ready yourselves. And with that, he taps his staff on the ground, signaling he is ready for combat. Please roll for initiative.
I'm just going to eat this guy's liver just to prove a point.
What
the point is, I don't know. We'll figure it out later.
I got an unnatural 20, so soft 20.
Did I?
So Zinhorn goes first.
That means you go first.
Well, I go to 15, and is just very annoyed and stewing.
All right. Zinhorn, you are up first, as per usual.
Okay. So I was
If Zinhorn's going to do what he usually does, my plan just went straight out the window. Unless he goes fire elemental, then he might be okay.
So I'm going to start off by activating my shield.
Yep.
So there's no ball shaping this turn. But then is going to where is it? There it is. Maelstrom.
Ooh. And you're going to cast it straight at him, and
I'm going to cast it sort of behind him.
yep. So that will encase this whole area between these four pillars in the maelstrom.
Ooh.
Raise your arms, Zinhorn, speak the incantation, and vicious wind begins to whip around the room. What save does Maelstrom require?
Maelstrom is a strength save.
He got a 15.
Ooh, that does not save. So he's pulled further away from us.
Yep.
Further into the Maelstrom.
He screams, pulled into the wind. Ah!
So that is 66 of bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
That is 6 and 5 is 11 and 5 is 16 and 4 is 20 and then 2 ones are 22.
Yep.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep, and then will you be moving anywhere?
Going to move away from the group.
Yep.
Sort of over here near where the trees are actually.
Yep. Run into the nearest grove of trees. Are you going to
And-
Mask of the Wild?
Yes.
Okay. Blend into the grove of trees, hiding from Fatari, and then at the end of your turn, he uses a legendary action. He raises his staff, and you see a green flame emerge from the end, and he shoots it directly at the Furbolg, the other druid in the room, Bulb. And that is
Of
going
course he fucking does.
to be a 16 to hit.
Oh, that hits my armor class when I don't have my shield up. God damn it.
Hey,
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
You take
Yeah.
29 points of fire damage, and the green flames surge around you, blinding you until the start of the druid's next turn.
Alright, that's fine. Just let me do math now, please.
Yep.
114, take away 29. My brain is just not doing it.
14.
That's 94, 85. Okay.
Laughs.
I don't need
Fatari.
to see to do what I want to do.
And it is
Can
Bulb's
I move?
turn.
Can I
Can
move,
move.
or does this trap me?
You can move. It doesn't trap you. It just blinds you. You cannot see and
Okay.
automatically fail any ability checks that require sight. And attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attack rolls have disadvantage.
That's fine, because I cast Firestorm
Yep.
on top of the Maelstrom.
Yep. So that's fine. I would like you to make a perception check to see if you can use your hearing to determine exactly where the maelstrom is, and then just cast in that direction.
Perception. Missed. That. I'm going to use an inspiration to get rid of that nat 1.
Yep.
It's a 14.
14, yes. Even though you can't see as the green flame blinds you and surges around you, you can hear the raging winds. You turn to face that direction, and you cast your spell. What save does he need to make?
Okay, well, first I'm going to paint where it is, because it's 10-foot squares.
Yes.
So basically just all these 10-foot squares
Yep.
plus this one here.
Yep. Very well.
So basically just completely surrounding him, and he needs to make a dexterity save.
He gets an 11.
I was going to say.
11 fails.
Hear him.
So he
Hear his
takes-
laughter cut off instantly. As the flames begin to surge around him.
Good lord.
I've got to remember the Dungeons and Dragons command now.
It is exclamation mark
33.
roll and then space and the number of the dice.
Yep. So that's 33 fire damage.
Ooh, nice.
And that is not concentration.
No, it is not.
How long does it last? It's only... Oh, it's an instantaneous thing, so it's like...
Yeah. Ready,
Yeah.
set, boom.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Bill.
Yep, so one dump of damage, and then I'm going to basically run north until I hit the wall.
Yep. Just run north, run through a patch of trees, and then feel the stone wall ahead of you. Stop where you are and press your back against it. At the end
And
of your
bonus action shield.
Yep, and activate your shield. It begins to swirl around you. At the end of your turn, Fatari raises his staff and shoots another ball of green flame, this time at Sir Lucian.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
That is a 28 to hit. It hits
Jesus.
Sir Lucian for 21 points of fire damage and and blinds him as the green flame surges around him.
Bummer.
Bobbit, what was your initiative?
What did I roll? 15.
15. So Lucian is up first, screaming as the flames surge around him. So Lucian raises his sword and charges. 5, 10, 15, 20,
Come on, he can't be that
25.
stupid to run into a maelstrom. He can hear that that's
Oh
going
yeah,
on,
yeah,
right?
he is. So he runs to the edge of the maelstrom, and then he raises his axe and hurls it, rolling 3 times with advantage, sadly, because he is blind.
It's still better than what you were trying to get him to do, to just run straight into it. Come on,
He
man.
does hit 1 time.
There you go.
He deals 14 points of damage to Fatari. And actually, what he's going to do is he is going to forgo one of his attacks, one of the ones that didn't hit. So he is still dealing 14 points of damage to Fatari, but he is going to use his Commander Strike ability. He's going to use his Commander's Strike. He's foregoing one of his attacks and using a bonus action to direct one of his companions to strike. He points towards Bobbit and he says, "Go, Bobbit! Strike him while I have him distracted!" Bobbit, you may make an attack.
Just a regular attack, or because I'm a warcaster, could I be able to
Because
cast
you're a
spell?
warcaster, you can cast cantrip.
Okay, well, in that case, there's only one cantrip I could think of right
And
now.
so Lucian
Eldritch-
rolled a 9 on his superiority die, so 9 will be added to the damage of your attack.
Okay, well, I'm just going to lob an Eldritch Blast in him, because, I get 3 hits with that thing.
Yep, so roll to hit him.
Okay, first is a... So did you say 9 was added to hit, or just
9 was added to the damage.
Damage. Okay, well, the first one was a... Do I fire a single Eldritch Blast, or do I
Just
get
a
all
single
3?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay. It's a 28 to hit.
That is a hit. Roll the damage and add 9 to it.
Okay, come on. Big whammy. It's 5 plus 9, so it's 14 points of force damage.
Yeah, 14's better than nothing.
Ooh, boom!
At the end of Sir Lucian's turn, Fatari once again raises his staff and fires a ball of green flame at Bobbit.
Rude.
And that is an 11 to hit. Bobbit, you duck as it sails over your head, hits the wall behind you and explodes.
Not fun.
It is now Fatari's turn. Because he's in the Maelstrom, Zinhorn, does something happen at the start of his turn?
Yes. Oops, sorry. Moved to a different spell to check. Maelstrom. I think he has to... until the spell ends, that area is difficult to terrain. Any creature that starts its turn there must succeed a strength throw.
Yep.
Or be pulled further into the center and take bludgeoning.
Rolled 18 on his strength save.
Meets it.
He meets it, and then he raises his staff in the air and casts Dispel Magic. The vicious winds stop, and he stands in the center of the room. And then he runs into a nearby copse of trees and uses his Mask of the Wild to disappear.
Well, there goes my plan.
It is now Bobbit's turn. Bobbit,
see,
you may
that's-
make a perception check.
What? I suck at... Oh, actually, can I use it to hear him? To see if I can hear
Yeah.
or smell where he is?
See, and you can, if you want to smell him, roll with advantage.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah, he is-
nothing, but this does completely fuck with my turn.
He is slightly singed now, so...
Yes.
Because fire only burnt him, because I chose not to
Okay,
burn
well, with
anything else.
advantage, I rolled a 17 and then a nat 20.
Okay.
So, I smell you
Sniff
burnt
the air.
piece of crap.
You step forward, sniff the air, and determine that after making his way into the copse of trees, he continues running back across the room and is currently here.
Well, that's just lovely. Nice and in an open area. Because Bobbit, while she doesn't particularly want to use high-powered spells, I'm not sure how spell scrolls are going to work in this, because they technically have the spell inside them already, wouldn't they?
They do.
Excellent. Well, I was going to do this before the Maelstrom was going, because that would have been really fun. But either way, Bobbit's going to go, okay, you moving around is going to be annoying because I need to see you die properly. So she's going to pull out her scroll of Blade Barrier and cast that on the area around him.
Ooh, nice.
So, for those who missed that, it's a 6th level evocation spell. Action, near within range. Create a vertical wall of whirling razor-sharp blades made of magical energy. The wall appears to within range, lasts for the duration. Make a straight wall, 100 feet long, 20 feet high, 5 feet thick, or a ringed wall up to 60 feet in diameter, 20 feet high, and 5 feet thick. Wall provides 3 quarters cover to creatures behind it, which would be us, and its space is difficult terrain. When a creature enters the wall's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, the creature must make a dex saving throw and a failed save. The creature takes 6d10 slashing damage, and a success it takes half as much. So I would like to basically create the blade barrier in a circular wall around him as big as I can go without touching any of us.
Yep, so just keep him... Yep, so you're just going to create a 100-foot high cylinder of magical blades directly around him.
It's 20 feet high, because it's a circle.
Yeah, 20 feet high around him. If he takes any step forward in any direction, he'll be stepping through it. Very well.
It's not just around him. I want to make it as wide out as possible, so it's difficult terrain the whole way through, because either way he's taking damage for being in there.
Yes, I like that, yeah.
It's basically think it's flame wall, but with magical blades instead.
Yeah, okay, so you trap him behind your wall of blades, and he's going to make a dex save as the blades begin to slice at him. That is a 16.
That fails.
Yep, go ahead. Roll the damage.
Okay, I already typed this up before. There's, not bad, 36 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, and nice.
And as this goes, Bob, I was going to say, as a bonus action, she's going to get Command Keeper to just stay in front of her to block any potential spells.
Yep.
But she's going to call out to Zinhorn going, Zinhorn, wherever you are, if you could do another Maelstrom inside of that would be really great.
Keeper rushes.
Keep him pinned.
Keeper will
keep
move.
him pinned.
At the end of your turn, as Futari ducks and weaves, trying to avoid the magical blades, he raises his staff and fires a ball of green flame directly at Bobbit.
Yeah. Now, remember, I technically can as being within 3 quarter covers.
Yes, so he is rolling with disadvantage here.
Good.
So let us see. That is a 27 and a 25, so he hits you, unfortunately. He manages to see a tiny gap between the blades and weaves his fireball through it. You take 21 points of fire damage, and you are blinded until the start of his next turn as the flames surge around you, blocking your vision.
It was 21. Okay, so how much will I have to roll to keep concentration on Blade Barrier?
21.
Rude.
So you need to roll a DC 20 concentration.
Well,
isn't it half?
Yeah, half, and he took 22. So DC 21, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's 10 plus half the damage you took.
Yay. That's con. Just made it.
Just made it.
Mm-hmm.
You squint, wincing through the pain as Keeper rushes forwards to block any more attempts. The lizard folk mob rush forwards, ready to protect you, but they cannot get through the wall of blades to attack. And so their turn ends. It is Zinhorn's turn.
Zinhorn is going to call out, "You've soiled the name of Bakumora. It is time to end this." As I'm going to activate one of my 3 charges of Shigembi's gift.
Yep.
Using my first attack as recreating Maelstrom.
Ooh, nice. And centering it inside the barrier.
Yes.
Lovely. I'm going to make him roll a strength save. That is a nat 1. And so he is pulled into the lashing winds, which pull him further into the wall of blades, meaning he will start his turn within them. And you may
Jesus
roll
Christ.
the damage to see what he takes.
Nice, 18, so that's 21 points of damage for the Maelstrom.
Yep. 21
Second,
points of damage.
so I can use 2 spells because of this Shigambi's.
Yes, you can.
Okay, spell number 2 is going to be summon a water elemental,
Yep.
and then wild shape into water elemental.
And join the
And then
water
just-
elemental.
Yeah, join the elemental and sort of just go into the Maelstrom.
Yep. Very well. I'd like you to make an Arcana check to merge with the water elemental.
That is a 16.
16. The water elemental looks at you, you look back at it, both of you know what is about to happen. You merge your bodies together and then rush into the maelstrom. However, you will be passing through the blade walls, you will be taking damage. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay, Bobbit, I need you to roll the damage for the wall of blades, please.
So we probably need to get the health.
So, did we win? Is he dead?
Well,
Not
he's
yet.
in a
Nearly.
Maelstrom, but you need to roll some damage
Yeah,
against
Bobbit.
me.
Ah, yes, I thought you know Bobbit was gone. You need to roll damage for the wall of blades that Zinhorn is taking.
Oh, why'd you go inside? That's bad.
Because I'm a huge water elemental inside my Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Did you pass the save, or is he taking the full damage on that one?
I'm just making him take the
Sorry.
full damage because he's joining the maelstrom and that's inside the... Yeah,
Okay, sorry, that's 32.
32.
Fine. Huge elementals
Head
have
towards
lots of
the
health.
lashing winds, the roiling waves, and become one with them. Then at the end of your turn, Batari raises his staff, uses all his remaining legendary actions, and shouts, "Servants of Abtau, to arms! Destroy these invaders!" And he animates 4 trees around
Can
the
I?
hall, one in each grove of trees.
Can I counterspell that?
It's not a spell.
That's rude.
And those animated trees have the initiative count of the turn on which they're activated, so that means it is now their turn.
This is really rude.
Yeah. So animated tree steps forwards, lurches out of its grove towards Bulb, and swings at him with its branches. That is a 22 to hit, Bulb.
Yeah, that hits me.
Bulb, you take 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, bitch.
Animated tree 2 lurches forwards out of its grove towards Bobbit and swings with its branch. That is a 14 to hit. So Bobbit, you block
Nope.
it, deflect it easily. Animated tree 3 lurches forwards, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just enough movement to reach Sir Lucian, and he swings at Sir Lucian with its branch, rolls a nat 20. So
Oh,
Lucian
God.
takes 19 points of damage.
Bad trees.
Oh, calm your trees.
Yeah, calm.
Seriously, Bulb. Seriously, Bulb. Why do you like these things?
And then animated tree 1 lurches out of its grove. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It is going to roll to pass through the wall of blades. And that is a 5. So go ahead and roll the damage for it, please,
Is
Bobbit.
it in the Maelstrom?
Oh,
It is now also in the maelstrom, but it gets an attack off first.
well, that's 36 for Mr. Tree.
Nice.
36 is that you rolled
Slams.
for that.
Slams
No, I
it,
haven't rolled under 30. I'll take that.
slams at Zinhorn with its branch,
I'm
and that
inside
is
the Maelstrom as a water elemental.
well, it's just it's rolling with disadvantage, but it can still roll to hit you because it knows that you're in there.
Just making sure that it...
Yeah, and that is an 8, so it flails its branch around, but it's unable to actually hit Zinhorn in the maelstrom. It is now Bolt's
Strength
turn.
save.
Yep, strength. That is right. For the animated tree.
Yep.
That is 21. It stands firm, and the maelstrom does not bother it. It stands where it is, ready to protect its master. Bulb, it is your turn.
Okay, probably should have kept my firestorm. Wish I'd read that properly.
I mean, you didn't know that this was going to happen.
That's true. The thing is, you've used a wall to stop him moving, which is fine. So
Yeah.
takes that away.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just thinking it. The thing is, I can try and blight one of these trees. I could try to get close to him and fucking contagion him, but that would mean taking hits. First off, I'm going to bonus action fucking thorn shape to give myself
That's a good idea.
39? Yeah, 39 temporary HP. Because I fucking need it. Which... I had a plan, and then I wasn't expecting the trees to pop up.
Yeah.
And this guy doesn't wear metal because he's a druid.
Yep.
I'm going to blight the tree right next to me.
Very well. What must it roll?
I'm just getting the
I'll
spell up now, sorry.
Right.
This
It's
was
going
a...
to make a con save.
Yes, and with disadvantage because it's a tree.
That is a
Yay.
nat 1.
Yay!
Maximum damage.
What is 8d8? That is 64 damage.
Yep. Animated
Yeah.
tree has 59 HP. As soon as you touch it, it wilts and crumbles away into matchwood.
Okay, that's one tree down. Your turn.
Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn. He raises his sword and strikes at the animated tree in front of him. That is 2 hits plus a nat 20. So that is
Yeah.
the 8 plus 8, 16, 24, 32. He deals 56 points of damage to animated tree 3, and in a flurry of blows, slices off its branches and then snaps its great trunk in 2.
Huh.
It is now Fatari's turn. He is in the maelstrom. He's going to make a strength save. That is a 19. So he does not take any damage. But he raises his staff again.
Make a dex save first, Sunshine.
Oh yeah, dex save, yes. That is a 20.
Come on. Some bitch. He's only going to take half of this. Where's the thingy? Ding. So that'd be about, what, 13?
13, yep. 13, that's better than nothing, because here is the important part. It puts him at 1 HP.
Mother! God damn it! Just let me win one, you
He
bastard!
raises his staff and he casts
in.
He casts Dispel Magic, removing the maelstrom. Once again, all of the water disappears, revealing the huge elemental Zinhorn. And then as his bonus action, you hear him laugh, and he says, "Servant of Uptown no more, but you have not forgotten my training." And then he wild shapes into a huge water elemental.
Oh,
I can't counterspell that either, can I?
Nope,
No,
that's
I think
a
it's
wild
wild shape.
shape.
That's just Bobbit just freaking dimension doors out of this temple. Screw this noise.
And
This is bullshit.
then he is going
Damn it.
to... let me just get the stat block up.
Fucking survives on 1 HP to pull this bullshit. You
Everybody
freaking
just saw that
goddamn...
shit.
This is literally, you just goddamn hyper potioned on 1 HP, you piece
Yeah,
of
I
shit.
know.
No,
He
screw you.
is
We're the
going
only
to
ones
make
allowed to
2
heal.
slam attacks against huge elemental Zinhorn.
God.
That is a nat 1 and a nat 20. So one of them hits, the other does not. And Zinhorn, you take 32 points of bludgeoning damage. It is now Bobbit's turn.
Well, you know, I was really, really hoping that might have killed him, but now I have to try and deal with the stupid tree and then the...
Does Bobbit still have Dispel Magic?
Bobbit never
Bobbit?
had Dispel Magic.
I will allow Dispel Magic to reverse a wild shape.
Bobbit's gonna just take frustrations out in the stupid tree instead, because this is bullcrap. Okay, hollow tree that's still surviving. You can have a firebolt for your troubles, you dumb bum. God damn it!
Go ahead, roll to hit the tree.
Soft 20.
Yep, that's a hit. Roll damage, double it.
Good, because that's, I believe... do 3d10? Yes, I am.
I love boss fights.
There's still another boss after this one.
17.
Of course
17.
there is.
So that's 34 points of fire damage.
34 points of fire damage. The animated tree begins to burn, lashing its branches around in obvious pain.
Yep.
Then it,
Hey, Keeper!
yep, Keeper, help! And then
No, not Keeper help, Keeper smash. God damn it,
Smash.
I want this to be over.
And then at the end of your turn, Fatari uses a legendary action to make another slam attack against Zinhorn. That is a 27 to hit. Zinhorn, you take 16 points of bludgeoning damage. It is Keeper's turn. He lurches forwards and makes his slam attacks on the animated tree. That is 2 hits. He deals 29 points of damage, and you hear a snap as his great fist punches the animated tree in half.
Good. I'm just so utterly peeved that one time he saves is enough to keep him friggin' alive.
It is the lizard folk mob's turn. They still cannot get through the wall of blades, so they end their turn. Zinhorn, it is your turn.
Zinhorn's going to start by coming out of elemental form.
Back to normal, hey?
Back to
Okay.
normal. Just bear with me.
Yep.
You may have taught me, but I have taken your teachings to a far greater level. My first spell, Dispel Magic on the elemental.
Cast Dispel Magic, and the water elemental desperately tries to get away, and then you hear a surge of roaring waves, the elemental screaming as Fatari is reduced back to his normal form. Ah! And as he kneels before you, he raises his hand and says, "Enough! Enough! I yield! I yield!" He taps his staff on the ground, dispelling the final animated tree, and awaits to see what you will do.
Well, it's still Zinhorn's turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tell him, release your staff.
He looks up at you. His lip trembles. And then he lets go, dropping his staff to the ground. And as he drops it, you can now see it perfectly, and you recognize that it is a staff of the woodland, identical to Bulb's.
Oh. Well, Zinhorn.
I get my vine to grab it and pull it away from him.
Fatari looks up at you, his lip trembling, and then see recognition flood into his face. It's almost as if he finally sees you for who you are. He crawls forwards, his green cloak a mass on the floor in front of you, reaches out a hand, grabs your own
Be careful
cloak.
of the blades around you. You wouldn't want to be moving too close now, would you?
Did I
Look, the
dispel
blade
that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
reaches out a hand, grabs the hem of your robe, looks up at you and says, Zinhorn, please! Please! In this moment of lucidity, it is up to you. You have to put an end to what awaits above.
And what is that?
He looks up at you. He says, I have been fighting against the corruption in my soul, but I can only keep sane. In brief moments, brief seconds, the true danger is what awaits above, that which threatens all within the jungle. Ifala Kuntho, a powerful spirit of shadow, something from the void of the astral realm. It lied to me, told me it was an aspect of Ubtao, and then held me in its thrall. Please, if you are to restore Bakumora to its former state, you must destroy it! With that, he looks up at you, pleading look in his face, and he says, You have grown. You have grown into a man that we can be proud of. No, I feel its influence coming back. I must.
And when he says that, I'm going to get Bobbert, like, signal to Bobbert to dispel the blades. And then I'm going to use the staff that I've just taken from him and non-lethally just want to, like,
Yep.
make him go unconscious.
Yep. So you step forwards, raise the staff, and bring it down on
Sorry
his
for this,
head.
but you need it for now.
Just as his eyes change, as the look in his face changes from one of recognition back to a look of madness, you bring the staff down on his head with a thunk, and he falls to the ground limp. And because you deactivated the 4 obelisks, Ifala Kuntho's hold on him breaks. He lies at your feet, unconscious, but no longer the Dark Lord of this domain.
Ooh. Lovely.
Zinhorn's going
Yeah.
to go over and do just a first level cure wound so that he's, like, not almost dead.
Yep.
And that is 10 points of
10
health.
points of health. You hear him gasp for breath as you lay your hands on him, and then you lean your ear over his chest. You hear his heart beating. Barely. But he is alive. He will have a lot to answer for, but he is alive.
Yeah, he's not going to be very popular.
Then, you hear it from the staircase behind him leading directly above to the roof. You hear a terrifying roar, a mixture of a great beast roaring, establishing its dominance, mixed with the screams of 1,000 souls in torment. The true evil of Bakumora awaits above. What do you do?
Well, it's going to damn one of those greater healing potions, because I feel like we're going to need that in about 2
Right.
seconds.
Who needs healing? Come up, step up, step up.
We want Step right up, get a heal.
Even though I dove headfirst into those blades, Zinhorn, I'm at full health.
Yeah.
Sir
quit rubbing it in.
Lucian's down a good 40.
Okay, I'm gonna give him 3 greater healing potions.
Yep.
Yep.
Really do a lot of greater healing.
Well,
too.
1, 2, 3. Look at me go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice.
So it's, I'll take that. It's
8,
as close
12,
to full as I'm
16,
going to get from a single potion. I'll take that.
4 plus 12. So Lucian guzzles the potions down, breathing a sigh of thanks. He is back up to full health. He grips
What's
the
a greater
potion.
healing potion again? Is it 4d4?
Greater, yeah, 4d4
4d4 plus 4.
Yes,
Lucian grips the hilt of his blade and he says, Now,
8.
we are ready to put an end to this evil once and for all.
80.
Zinhorn just calls Bulb over.
2 seconds. Rolling potions. I'll get to you in just a sec. So that's 4, 6, 7, 9 plus 4. That's 13, so that brings me up to 100. And now for my third potion.
God, it's just 2 rounds looking at you going a friggin' potion bender.
7.
Just pulling him out of the. Where's he pulling them from?
Chug.
I'm back up to 112 out of 114, so I'm happy.
Yep.
No, I don't want to. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have 3 greater potions left and 1 supreme and 3 normal potions. Yes, Zinhorn.
So, with that, yep, yes, Zinhorn.
I was going to ask Bulbs, what do we do with this being the other Archdruid?
The staff.
Or the staff and Fatari?
And Fatari himself.
Well, he's unconscious. The staff of Woodlands, does that require attunement? Yes, it does. So, he's unconscious. So, but by the time he comes back, anything we're either going to be dead or have succeeded. And honestly, my staff has proven very useful. So maybe keep that for yourself, or if you decide to forgive this. You've got a bag of holding, don't you? Yes, I do. So I can put it in there if you want. I'm going to give it to Bulb to hold on to it for now, just so that if he does come to, he doesn't have his staff at least.
Yes, in case the corruption takes hold of him again.
And do we have something we could at least tie his hands so that if he does come to...
Would you like to tie him up?
Yeah, I'd like to at least tie him up, just to make sure that if he does come to...
That he's not going to rush to...
He's immobile.
Yeah, fair enough. Did he explain what the spirit was?
Simply said he's a spirit from the astral plane, something from deep within the void.
Okay, hold on. Missy, for fuck's sake.
Oh, Missy.
Something that embodies shadow and darkness itself.
Oh, boy.
With this, I look at Bobbert and go, don't be a shadow.
Hey. Wait. Hey, Bobbert, shadows.
I would like to use my Scroll of Commune Nature.
Yep.
To try and figure out if what is waiting for us up top is a celestial, fey, fiend, elemental, or undead.
So
what the influence from other planes of existence is.
You cast the spell, and you determine that whatever awaits above fits neither of those archetypes. However, it is something that is less alive and more darkness, emptiness, made physical, an embodiment of the void itself, having taken physical form.
Oh, that was a useless use of that scroll, but whatever.
You do feel a very, very slight sense of celestial power, almost as if at one point it was celestial, but is no longer.
Oh. I get to go and punch a potential god in the face.
Well, you can punch it. I'm going to use magic.
Well, I'm not going to physically punch it, but bonk it on the head.
Oh, damn, Midnight Tears poison wouldn't work. Damn it.
Should I go where, Tiger, now, before we go too far?
It's up to you.
Well, it has been indicated to us that we are going to go up against something incredibly powerful, so it might be a good idea.
Yeah. Going.
What does basilisk oil do again?
Let me see.
I have 1 vial of basilisk oil.
Basilisk. Okay, so what that will do is if it's added to a weapon, when you make a weapon attack, the target makes a Constitution save. On a failed save, they magically begin to turn to stone.
I'm going to give the basilisk oil to Sir Lucian.
So Lucian takes it. He
What do I have?
uncorks the bottle and begins to rub it onto the end of his blade.
I'm just currently going through all of my shit just to see if I can give everyone a 1-up because I'm going to need to leave in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then send me Bulb's sheet.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I'm gonna hand out another supreme healing. Did Bobbit use a supreme healing potion?
No, Bobbit hasn't used the one.
I'm gonna give a supreme healing potion to Sir Lucian.
Yep.
And
Takes it and nods silently in thanks.
a greater healing potion to Zinhorn.
Thank you.
Bobbit still has the supreme.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have anyone else that fights with us, do we? No. So I still have 2 greater healing potions and some potions of healing. Midnight Tears Poison don't work. I've got Dice of the Trickster, which may or may not bite me in the ass. Poison Spores. I give 1 jar of Poison Spores to Bobbit and keep the other one for myself. Poison Spores do 4d6 poison damage.
They do.
That's all I can do to help everyone prepare.
And with
I've
that,
got 4 jars of the serpent venom. Which,
those might be handy, you don't know yet. But just the same, feeling the overwhelming evil presence coming from above, as Sir Lucian finishes rubbing the basilisk oil into his blade, as the rest of you take Bulb's gifts silently, you steel yourselves, begin to make your way up the staircase. Your footsteps echoing, thump, thump, thump. Around you, the incessant whispers get louder and faster. Something hiding in the darkness, waiting. Yes, Bulb?
I would just like to say that I'm reactivating my thorn shape, so I go into this fight thorn shaped.
Thorn shaped.
It lasts 10 minutes, so just so you know.
I'm going to use my Armor of Agassiz once per long rest.
Yep, you're going to have that active.
Because we're tigering.
Yep. Meanwhile, Bobbit's foot slams down on the step, cracking it as her muscles bulge and she roars, taking on her full were-tiger form. The passage before you opens onto an immense outer platform that covers much of the outer roof of the temple. A row of Yuan Ti statues line the walls on either side of the wide path, ending in an 80-foot diameter area upon which a huge marble dais is raised in the center. As you walk down the passage, as your footsteps echo, the whispers get louder and louder, coalescing, it seems, upon the dais itself, where you see a mass of pitch blackness roiling, twisting, churning. And as you step out onto the roof of the temple, the darkness begins to contort, converge together. The whispers become one, turning into a hiss that eats into your minds. And the spirit, Ifala Kuntho, the corrupted aspect of Ubtao, takes form. Please roll initiative.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is perfect. I got a nat 1.
Bulb instantaneously craps himself. I got a non-nat 20.
I got a 22.
Of course. On that 20, 22.
You say it like it's a...
Okay, so...
I don't want anything to do with any of this.
Yes, Zinhorn, you're up first.
Okay, because it's definitely going to take more than 6 minutes to get to my turn.
Yep.
I just want to let you know that at one point when Keeper is right in front of the Void Dragon, because I know that's going to happen, I'm going to chuck the Lightning Spear at the dragon, hoping to hit Keeper on the way through.
Yep.
And then I also have Earthbind as a spell. If it flies, that's going to be my priority.
Very well. Very well.
Good luck, guys. I
Yep.
will definitely be watching the last 10 minutes when I get to my parents.
Yes, very well. All right, it is
Good
your
luck.
turn, Zinhorn. Thanks, Remy.
So, we're on the top of the temple.
Yep, you're on the
now,
top
aren't
of
we?
the temple now.
And this is above the water level.
Yep, this is above the water level. This is the
Okay.
part you saw that was giving off that glow, but you notice that that glow is no longer present, perhaps before obelisks were generating it.
Oh.
Okay, so
Before you take your turn, I will say that this particular Void Dragon has extra properties depending on which of the obelisks are active. You successfully
thank God.
deactivated all 4, so you were
Oh.
just facing it in its base form.
I mean,
thank
that thing's
goodness.
still pretty fucking terrifying, but goddamn, the fact that that could have been worse.
Well,
I mean,
is the roof open or is it?
The roof
like-
is open air. With the
Alright.
with the obelisks deactivated, there is no dome of storms or any protective field around the roof.
Oh,
I do
good.
have to say, the artwork for that dragon is absolutely amazing.
Oh, I do like that.
It's
So,
beautiful, but it's gonna fuck us up.
first and foremost, I'm getting out of the cluster.
Yep, that's a good idea.
So I'm going to run to the right over here.
Yep, so you run down the passage and press up against the stone pillar in front of you.
So, because I've still got my, what was it, Shigambi's gift, because it was up until next long rest. If I cast Call Lightning,
Yep,
can I do 2 charges of that?
yep, very well. So you're going to cast Call Lightning above the Void Dragon. The clouds above turn black, coalesce together, and you hear a thunderclap as lightning strikes the Void Dragon. He's going to make a dex save. That is an 18. He's not going to choose to pass.
Alright, so 3d10. Oh no, that's throwing everywhere. Alright, so it's 10 and 7 and 4 is 21.
21, nice. It roars, his roar sounding more like the screams of thousands of people as it reaches initiative count 20 and he activates his lair action.
So do I get a second blast because of my
Oh, you
Shigambis?
cast it,
Cast
cast
it with one.
twice.
Yeah, so cast it once and then I can just...
Well, you get another one next turn. You can't cast it twice in the same turn.
Okay, but I get it.
Yeah.
So I can do another attack.
You get
then?
another strike. Yeah, you get another strike of it next turn without having to cast it again.
Yeah, so with my Shigambi's gift still active... do I
Oh,
get-
yeah, you're using your Shigambi's gift. Yeah, you know, you can do it again. Go ahead. Sorry, I forgot
Yeah.
you were using that.
No, so yeah, I get...
Yeah, he's going to roll a dex save again. This time it is a 7. He's going to choose to pass.
So it is an 8, and 4 is 12, and 3 is 15 this time.
15, better than nothing. Okay,
I'm shaking here.
after your turn, his initiative count 20, and the Void Dragon activates his lair action.
Oh no. It's one
This
of those
l-
bosses.
The dragon roars, ripping the fabric of space, forcing 2 creatures it can see to within 120 feet of it to suddenly exist in the same place. He chooses Zinhorn and Sir Lucian, causing them to exist in the same place momentarily until the forces of reality push them apart once again. And They both take 32 points of force damage and are knocked prone.
Jesus, that is... God, the visual image alone of that is insane. For a split second, you were Solution.
I was gonna say I was Solution, and it felt dirty.
Oh, that is horrifying.
It is now... Bobbit, what did you get on your initiative?
Soft 20.
Yeah, so you're up next.
Also, I got a 18 on my concentration.
Yes, so that is still in effect. Good. Okay, you're up, Bobbit.
I'm still racking my brains of what the hell to do to this bloody thing. I keep
let me
looking
just
at
do
it.
some measurements. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Well, okay, Bobbit, at the start of your turn, I would like you to please make a DC 18 Wisdom save.
Oh.
I did not ask Zinhorn to make this because he is currently, using Shigambi, and I figure that the god spirit within him protects him from this.
I'm really glad I have proficiency in my saving throws there. That is, what did I roll? What did you say the roll was? That I had to get?
18.
Shit, that's only a 17.
Okay, 17. You become frightened of the Void Dragon for 1 minute. Well, you may try to break out of it again next turn.
So I can't do anything to it?
You can attack it, you just have you can do stuff to it, you just have disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls while it is in your sight, and you can't move willingly closer to it.
So I have disadvantage if I attack it, but if I force it to make a save of some description, then...
That's fine. As long as it's in range of your spell.
Okay. Unless... God, I really don't know what the hell to do to this thing, because this is not something I was expecting today. The hell with it. I'm gonna pull out my wand of magic missiles. Just in absolute fear. Even in a were-tiger form, it's just absolutely... Oh god, every animalistic sense is just going, run or do something. So yeah, magic missile, 7th level. I don't want to play with this thing at all. Alright, you let loose the magic missiles. They slide through the air, striking the Void Dragon, and around you the foliage that grows out of the side of the temple begins to wilt and break away. Please roll your damage. That's, if I remember correctly, that's 12d4 plus 12. Yes. The 7th level, yeah. Okay, that is 37. I'm going to roll a d20 now to see if my wand dies or not. Thankfully, it does not. It's just out of charges. Yeah, that was everything I had into that one. Have anything I can do with the bonus action? No, nothing that can get me closer to it. So how much damage was it altogether? It was 37. That is definitely a good amount of damage. It is. Yeah, you can't get any closer to it, I'm afraid. No. So, it is now the Void Dragon's turn. Well, it is Keeper's turn, but all I can do with him is just... What do you want him to do? Shield me? I can't do anything, I don't repair. 5, 10, 15, and stands in front of you and Bowl. The Void Dragon takes its turn, it spreads its wings and takes flight. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Let me check the range on this. Oh, I should have moved. Okay. Staying where it is, hovering in the air as its wings flap. It opens its mouth and lets loose a solar flare breath. Oh dear God! The dragon exhales starfire in a 60-foot cone. I need everybody to make a dex save, please. Jeez, this shit's gonna have nuts in it.
The 25.
21.
21, 25. Alright, I'm going to roll for Bulb and Sir Luce.
Oh
I'm going to roll
no!
for...
These poor guys are about to have a bad day.
Here is Bulb. So that is a failure for Bulb, unfortunately.
No.
Let me just double check on his sheet that Remy has sent to me. Yep, that's a failure for Bulb. Let me roll for Sir Lucian. That's a failure for Sir Lucian. Let me roll for Keeper and for the Lizard Folk.
Oh no! Oh god, the lizard folk are
The lizard folks, yeah, they're probably.
Well,
no, it's technically getting us to here.
That's a pass
No.
for Keeper, but it's a
Yay,
failure
Keeper!
for everything else. So,
yeah. Eep.
So, Zinhorn and Bobbit, you having passed, you each take 14 points of fire damage
Ow.
and 17 points of radiant damage.
Ow. So 14
17.
and 17.
Everyone else takes 28 points of fire damage and 34 points of radiant damage. So that is going
sucks.
to be 62 altogether. So Sir Lucian is down to 82. Let me get to Bulb.
Oh, that was one attack.
Let's get to Bulb and see. Ooh, yeah, he's down to 70. That's alright. Okay. And all of the lizard folk screaming are engulfed by the solar flare and instantly disintegrated. And then, at the end of its turn, the Void Dragon uses a bonus action to teleport behind Bobbit, Bulb, and Keeper.
Hi, buddy.
Seemingly blinking from one spot to another. It is now
Yep.
It is now Sir Lucian's turn. He's going to use half his movement to climb to his feet, and he's going to move 5,
That's right, I'm
10,
right as well.
15,
Yeah.
and he's going to hurl his. He's going to hurl his axe twice. Let's see how he does. That is 2d20. He nat ones once, running forwards and raising his axe, and then the dragon looks at him and lazily raises a wing, and a banana peel appears in front of Sir Lucian, and he steps on it, slipping and stumbling, hurling the axe far away from where he means it to go. He catches it as it flops towards him again, rolls again, hitting it, and dealing 8 plus. Dealing 13 points of damage to the Void Dragon. And then he forgoes his third attack to use his Commander's Strike, shouting, "Go, Bobbit! It's right in front of you!" Giving Bobbit a free attack.
Now, again with Warcaster.
Can cast a cantrip, but you will be rolling with disadvantage because you are frightened.
Yeah. So it's just a cantrip. I can't cast anything higher.
Just a cantrip.
I am going to. I guess if I'm only allowed to use one, then I guess I'm gonna go and use Firebolt.
Yep.
I guess. Since I only allowed one blast of it. 25.
That is a hit. Roll the damage.
Cool. Would be nice. 13 points of fire damage.
Nice.
Yeah.
Better than nothing.
Yeah. Take that. Yeah.
And then at the end of Sir Lucian's turn, the Void Dragon is going to use 2 of its legendary actions to use a Void Slip ability. The dragon twists the fabric of space. Each creature within 15 feet of the dragon must succeed on a DC 18 Dex save.
That's not me this time.
So that is Bulb and Bobbit.
Okay.
Roll for Bulb.
Oh my god, I got 15 plus 3, so that's just a pass. This is still gonna hurt like hell, I
Bulb
imagine.
rolled a 4.
Dude!
No, Bulb.
That is a failure for Bulb. Let me see if he has any inspiration. He does not that I can see, so that is a failure.
Oh.
So, Bulb is going to... Well, first, Bobbit, you are going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
8 points of bludgeoning damage, but you are fine. Bulb takes 16 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone.
Okay.
So I'm just going to add that to his sheet.
I was thinking that was going to be so much worse than what it was. I mean, I'm still waiting for something else horrible.
It's just a thing he can do in between turns. Here is the nasty part.
Yeah.
Oh no.
As part of the Void Slip, after doing that and potentially knocking somebody prone, the dragon can then teleport to an unoccupied space within 40 feet. So he is now going to teleport back to where he originally was, next to Zinhorn.
Oh, go away.
It is now Bulb's turn. He's going to use half his movement to climb to his feet. And then he is going to... I know I was given directions, but I think, Bulb would probably want to assess... He's going... Yeah, he actually is going to just hurl the Javelin of Lightning. He raises the Javelin of Lightning, sees the Keeper is in front of him, and hurls it.
Yeah, Keeper probably use heals.
And so... he's going to roll to hit both Keeper and the dragon. That is a hit on both with a 19.
Yay!
So, let me just see how these Javelin of Lightning and these 6. Okay, so first of all, Keeper recovers 4 HP. The dragon takes 4 points of damage and is going to make a Dex save as lightning erupts from the javelin. That is a 14. I'm going to see if it's going to choose to pass or not. Just going to quickly look up what the Javelin of Lightning does so I have its full notes. Is that... yeah, it's going to choose to not pass that because it wants to save its 2 remaining saves. So it takes an additional 11 points of lightning damage, so 15 points altogether. And then Bulb is going to cast. Oh no, he doesn't have Healing Word prepared. So yeah, Bulb is just going to
get out of the line.
Get out of the way. He's going to run and hide, run towards the back of the room behind Bobbit.
Nope.
It is now at the end of the Void Dragon's turn. Does it actually have any? How many legendary actions does it get? It gets 3.
I think you said you used the...
It gets 3. It's already used 2. It's going to make a tail attack with its last legendary action upon Zinhorn.
Oh no!
Swinging its huge tail. That is a 22 to hit.
So it meets my armor class with my shield.
Yep, so Zinhorn, you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage, and it is now your turn.
Ow! So...
You're still prone.
So firstly, I rolled a 10 on my concentration after the
Yep, so you were
breath.
fine.
So I thought I lost it with the star breath, whatever.
Solar flare!
Yeah, that one.
Sorry, had to do it.
So Zinhorn's going to stand up.
Yep.
Then Zinhorn is going to use his once per day once per long rest Misty Step
Yep.
to get over sort of near this pillar.
As far away from the dragon as possible by a nearby pillar.
And then, since he'd lost concentration on his thing before, I'm going to, using my Shigami's gift, cast Sunbeam, but then I get to I can use it again without having to.
Yep. Okay.
Up to a minute I can.
2 sunbeams.
Yeah.
It's going to make 2 con saves. The first is a 21. Does that pass?
It does pass.
The second is a 2. It chooses to pass.
Okay. It still takes. I'm assuming this is not undead or.
No,
so
it's not undead.
68.
Ooh, it's still not. It's still a lot of damage.
Alright, so. That's 68. That is. 3 6s are 18. And that is 21, 24, 26 points for the first one.
Yep.
Halved because of the succeeding. And then for the second one, wow, that's a lot of 5s. That's another 26 halved
Oh, lovely. So,
of radiant damage.
2 26s. Not bad. Not bad.
And then for the remainder of my much movement, so I want to sort of like try and get sort of as close to this wall, like.
Yep, just run
Out
as
of
far
line
as you
of
way,
sight.
hugging the wall, trying to keep the dragon out of your sight. Okay. It is now initiative count 20. It is the dragon's lair action. This time, it's going to pick a different lair action. The void briefly overlaps the dragon's lair in a 200-foot radius sphere of blackness punctuated by deep blue streaks and pinpoints of light. The area spreads around corners, is heavily obscured, and contains no air. Each creature within this sphere must make a DC 15 con save.
Oh my god.
Just gonna hold my breath forever. Fuck you.
Yep, you're fine. You get advantage on
That
it.
is a 12 plus 5, so 17.
You say I get advantage on this roll?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I will roll for Sir Lucian and for Bulb. They both pass.
I got a 22.
Okay, so anyone who got higher than 50 takes...
50 or 15?
I was going to say,
anyone who got higher than
Jesus
15 takes 8 points of cold damage.
Oh, I had my, I guess this arm up.
I love the moment in the middle of this like really serious fucking fight with an aspect of a fallen god. You just have Boba just sitting there, puffed cheeks, holding her breath
Yeah,
for dear
holding
life.
her breath.
The void dragon takes 5 cold damage from my, I guess, this
Yes,
armor.
it does, yes. Take
And
5. Okay. The void remains active until the dragon's next lair action. At the start of each affected character's turn, they must make the con save again, or take more damage, to risk taking more damage. Bobbit, it is your turn. I need you to first please make me a DC 15 con save with advantage.
That's nice. Yep, that first roll is a 19, so it's 19 plus 4. So, yay.
You take 6 points of cold damage as the void continues eating away at you. You must now make a DC 18 wisdom save to try and break free of your frightening state.
Okay, that is a 22. That's much bloody better.
22. Okay, you manage to regain control of your senses. You have immunity from being frightened until the next round. This is not an aura of fear like a normal dragon. This is an aura of madness. Passing the save just means
Madness
pass
is
this
right.
turn.
I mean, yeah, this is definitely utter madness, so...
You are
Can
no
I still
longer
cast
frightened. You
spells in
still
this-
attempt
in
to
this-
check next turn, but go ahead.
I know,
use
but
it.
can I still cast spells in this situation?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good. Because as a bonus action, I'm going to use my Fey Magic to cast Hex on the Void
Hex of
Dragon.
the Void Dragon. Very well.
Yep. So
That's a nice
I don't believe it has. Yes.
Yep, you just place a curse on it. It doesn't roll.
Yep. Place a little curse. I get an extra
They're
D6
1d6 necrotic damage
anytime I
whenever you hit it with an attack.
And I have to choose an ability
Yes. What
that
would
I
you
can have
choose?
disadvantage on. Zinhorn, a lot of your big spells require dexterity saves, right?
Well, I've currently got my Sunbeam up, which is con save, so...
Well, guess what? You can have disadvantage on a con save, I guess.
Lovely.
And while I'm holding this spell, I'm concentrating because it's technically. Wait, does this count as a 5th level spell because I'm casting it, or is it just automatically
It's just
at first?
it's just at first level because it's a Fey magic.
That's fine. Well, I can still hold it for an hour, but
Yep.
since it's a bonus action, I still have my actual action, and I'm going to use that to cast Eldritch Blast on it because technically,
Yes.
each blast I throw at it counts as a separate attack.
It does. So go ahead,
Which
roll
means,
to hit.
yeah. Okay, so we have a non-nat 20,
That is a hit.
an 18,
That is not a hit, unfortunately. It just bounces off the dragon's pitch black hide.
fair. And the third one is a natural 20.
Yes, okay, so hit and double. Do not
Okay,
double
so
the extra
include
d6.
Okay. So here we go with this. So that's going to be 5 for the normal hit. Ooh, I got a 10 for the friggin' nat 20 hit. That makes me happy. Please find myself a d6. That's 10, 5, that's 15. And then we can throw an extra 3, 9 on top of that. So now I have to do math to count that all up. So 20, 25. So you have 25 force damage and then 9 points of necrotic damage.
Lovely.
And is this thing currently in the air?
It is in the air.
So Keeper can't go and attack it, can it?
He can try. He'll get disadvantage, but he can try. You can still send him to do it.
Might as well give it a go.
Yep. Keeper lurches forward. 5, 10, 15. He makes
Should be
two.
written.
He flails his fists in the air, trying to strike it with disadvantage both times.
While he's doing that, I'd like to move very quickly using my movement to go to the right so I'm not in a line with everyone
yes.
else.
Yes.
Just in case.
So that is no hits from Keeper, unfortunately. He flails his fist, but it's just out of his reach. It is now the dragon's turn. It's going to roll
Double
to see if it gets its breath back. It did not succeed on getting its breath back.
Thank God.
So instead, it is going to just make attacks, and its attacks count as magical damage for the purposes of hitting Keeper. So it's going to make 1 bite and 2 claw attacks. So its bite attack comes in first. That is a nat 20.
Oh, Keeper, buddy.
Keeper takes 33 points of piercing damage.
How's he looking?
Plus 18 points of cold damage. So altogether he takes 51 points of damage. That's about half his HP done.
Oh no!
It then is going to make 2 claw attacks. The first is 24, that's a hit. Keeper takes 14 points of slashing damage plus 6 points of cold damage, so 20 damage altogether. It's then going to make its 3rd claw attack, that is a 26. Keeper takes... let's see, add that up. Keeper takes 21 points of slashing damage plus 4 points of cold damage. 25 damage altogether, and you just hear Keeper scream "Roar!" as the dragon digs its claws into him and tears him to shreds.
No!
Is his core still okay? No.
You don't know.
Keeper.
You see
He
the
actually was a keeper.
tiny beating heart drop out of Keeper's flesh, and the void dragon just roars and stomps its foot down on it, crushing it to bits.
Out of character, I'm really happy that someone other than the party took the damage for that, but no, I worked so hard.
Hey, he pulled his weight for a very long time.
He lasted a lot longer than I actually expected.
Yeah.
It cost so much.
He did, but he pulled his weight for a very, very long time.
He
God,
just,
do you know how many gang wars I'm gonna have to start to build that back up again?
And then as a bonus action, the void dragon
screw you!
flaps its wings and teleports right next to Bobbit.
Oh, get stuffed!
Actually, no, it teleports next to Zinhorn.
Oh God!
damn
It is now Sir Lucian's turn. Sir Lucian's going to run forwards as far as he can. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he's going to unleash his returning hand axes. And he gets 3 hits. That is 34 points of damage. The creature roars. Roar! Sir Lucian's axe tears through the material of its wing, shredding it away, cutting off several of its scales, and it looks like it's on its last legs. At the end of Sir Lucian's turn, it's going to use a legendary. It's going to use 2 of its legendary actions to do a void slip. It twists the fabric of space, and it needs Zinhorn to please make a DC 18 dex save.
Okay. That is a 17 plus 9.
It is a 17 plus 9. Zinhorn take 10 points of bludgeoning damage. The void
Ow.
dragon then teleports next to Sir Lucian.
Does he get to teleport if it doesn't knock something prone?
It gets to teleport regardless of if anyone goes prone. It is now
Okay.
Bulb's turn. Bulb is going
I
to
got a
move.
9. I got a 24 on concentration check for
Yes, you're
Sunbeam.
fine. You're fine. It is Bulb's turn, and Bulb is going to Earthbind. I believe he said he wanted to do. Let me just look that up. That might actually be useful. Earthbind. Choose one. Oh, okay. Well, that would have helped if he cast it the turn before, because it would have pulled it out of the air and forced it to the ground. But he sees it's kind of useless now. So instead, he is going to cast Call Lightning directly above the...
I knew where Keeper was too.
Yeah.
Directly above the dragon. It's going to make a dex save, which it fails, but chooses to pass. Bulb thrusts his staff in the air, and lightning comes down, striking the dragon. It takes 17 points of lightning damage. Wait, no, sorry, 15. Half 30, so yeah. Takes 15 points of lightning damage, halved. And then, at the end of Bulb's turn, the dragon's going to use its last legendary action to make a tail attack on Sir Lucian. That is a nat 20. Sir Lucian takes 52 points of bludgeoning damage,
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
oh.
bringing him down to 30.
God damn, what a beast!
It is now... and actually... he is going to use his parry as a reaction. He's going to expend his final superiority die
Oh no.
and reduce the damage taken by 10, putting him up to 40.
Good plan. Good thinking.
Yeah, good thinking, Lucian.
As he withstands the damage, doing his best to parry and also
Jesus
deflects it
Christ.
back onto the dragon, dealing 10 points of damage to it.
God damn. Man's going toe-to-toe with a freaking dragon of the heavens. This is...
The dragon roars, it stumbles, can barely flap its wings to keep itself airborne. So Lucian was just short of landing the final blow. It is Zinhorn's
thank
turn.
God.
Oh, good.
I want to finish it, but fine. This is fine. I can live with this.
Zinhorn's just channeling all the pain and suffering of Bakumora for the last 200 years, and holds both hands out and just double sunbeams
And
straight
it has
Yep.
has disadvantage on its con save,
It
remember?
has disadvantage on its con saves. It has no more legendary resistances left.
Good. Fuck you and die.
Those are both failures.
Yes!
Okay.
Oh, nuke this son of a bitch back to the void from whence it came. God damn, this is like straight out Dragon Ball Z. Just straight up fucking... Actually, no, it's actually very appropriate that Zinhorn's the one that frees Bakumora.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Do it! Do it! God damn, it sounds like a lot of dice being added up right now.
Also, you have to appreciate how the music reached the crescendo
Oh yeah,
just
that was
as...
perfect timing. That was perfect.
So with both sunbeams, it is 49 points of damage, and it's blind as well.
49
I don't think it's gonna
points
matter.
of damage. A ray of sunlight pierces the misty skies above. It is almost as if Uptown himself has emerged and bathing this void dragon in light. The dragon roars, flailing, flapping its wings, moving its head from left to right, flailing around. It opens its mouth, and suddenly you all just hear a deafening, blood-curdling scream of thousands of souls in torment. A flash of light fills the vicinity, and the void dragon is dispelled into wisps of black darkness. Combat is over.
Let's go over and see what's left of Keeper.
Bobbit, you head over to where Keeper was, and sadly, you find nothing but bits of flesh and gore. There is nothing left of Keeper at all, not even the mechanical core you had inserted within him. All that's left of that is a pile of springs, shards of metal, and cogs.
But you can't even bring him back again. Isn't
You have
fair.
to rebuild him from scratch, but he died valiantly.
But he won't be the same even if we bring him back.
Bulb
God
steps
damn, this
forwards.
music picked the perfect time to
I know.
kick in.
Bulb
Fuck.
Well, I chose this one specifically. Bulb steps forwards and hovers behind you, Bulb, and then saying nothing, you just see him lower his head and place a great furbolg arm on your shoulder. So Lucian steps up, sheaths his sword, and then, even though you never saw him pay any particular respect to Keeper, he looks over at you, Bobbit, and saying no words, he bows his head in respect to a fallen warrior.
Zinhorn comes over and Druid crafts a keeper-coloured flower in Bobbit's hair.
Would mending even work on it?
You can try. Bobbit desperately...
Yeah,
Bobbit, you
please.
place your hands on the piles of metal shards on a piece of flesh, and furiously you cast mending over and over and over, each time sobbing, tears running down your face, but nothing works.
Oh,
And so, as Bobbit kneels over, crawls onto the biggest piece of keeper she could find, and begins to cry as Zinhorn, Lucian, and Bulb bow their heads in respect. Something happens above. The storms in the sky around the temple recede, and with them the grey clouds part, revealing a blue sky beyond. The dark mists that blanketed this region of the jungle seemingly vanish instantaneously, brushed away by the radiant sunlight, and before you, a beautiful view of the entirety of Bakumora spreads out from here to the horizon. It takes only a day. It takes the better part of a day to return to Zinhorn's home village. And as you crest the hill above the village and begin to wade through the swampy waters towards it, you find an entire crowd of wood elves, young, old, men, women, children, mixture of half-elves, occasional smattering of humans, the people who've been trapped in the Bakumora this whole time, gathered, waiting for you at the palisade gates. They say nothing as you approach. They seemingly do not even notice the great price that has been paid. All they care about is that at last they are saved. And so they raise their arms and cheer in raucous applause, applauding the heroes. For the Storm Reavers! The Storm Reavers! The Storm Reavers! They chant as they congregate around you, forming a circle around you as silently you make your way to the treehouse where Fatari's children await.
Is Fatari with us?
Is bound in ropes, his head bowed, saying nothing, the hood of his robe pulled down to conceal his face. None recognize him until you reach the base of the great tree that holds the tree house, and his son and daughter step forward. His daughter raises a hand to silence the crowd, and then the crowd's raucous chants subside. They fall into silence as they begin to disperse, allowing the leaders of their village to step forwards. Onyeka steps forwards and her gaze fixates upon Fatari. She says nothing. She looks back at you, Zinhorn, and then she looks up at the blue sky, looks around where the mists, ever present for the last 200 years, no longer remain, and she simply says, I was sorry. I didn't think you could do it, but we are free from our torment at last. Ubtao has returned to us. Then her gaze turns to the wretched form of Fatari. She steps forwards, kneels down in front of him. She whispers, can it be? As she grabs the hood of his robe and lifts it up. All around you gasp. Onyeka turns towards you and she says, but he is alive? If you were able to stop this, then that means the lizard folk were correct. He brought this upon us, and yet he lives?
It was not under his own power that he brought this upon us. There was a more powerful foe than even Fatari could deal with that created all of this. And now
bows
that
her
we
head.
have defeated this foe, Batari has a lot to own up to and take accountability for.
She bows her head, stifling a sob, and then she says, "But he cannot guide our people. After you left, I spoke at length with my brother, and I came to accept that everything that has befallen us here, it is his doing, and he must answer for it." "Yes," says Vatari, "I must. Everything I did over the last 2 centuries was not under my own power, but the choice to enter that temple, the choice to submit myself to the will of the fallen God aspect that awaited me there, that was my choice, and that I must answer for." He turns towards you, Zinhorn, and he says, "Please, Zinhorn, may I have my staff of the woodland?"
I go to Bowl, grab the
Bowl.
staff out.
Bulb reaches into his bag of holding, pulls out the staff, and hands it to you.
I walk over to Onyeka and hand the staff to her.
She takes the staff and she holds it out for her father, but he raises his hand, shakes his head. "I did not ask for it for me. I failed as Archdruid. Instead of protecting the balance, instead of being here to help the people of Bakumora, elf, human, and lizard folk alike, to rebuild, to guide them through the aftermath of the spell plague, to stand here and protect them against the conquest of Ras Nasi, I turned inward and allowed great evil to take hold. It is your staff, my daughter. You are the Archdruid now, and you will be the one to reunite the people of Bakumora, elf and lizard folk, once again, and guide them into a future that I squandered."
I just want to say out of character, I really wish that the brother had gotten it, because she doesn't fucking deserve it. She spent the last 200 years sitting there saying it was hopeless. Screw her.
Beside her,
Her
her brother simply bows his head. He turns towards Onyeka, and he says, "Now, do you see? I am vindicated. My visions were right. Ubtao is still out there. Even now, he is returning to Chult. And though I would not be Archdruid, even though I merely be a conduit between Ubtao and us, I ask you, are you willing, ready to hear what I and Ubtao have to say? For if you are to guide us all into the future, you will need to reject Ubtao no longer. Welcome him once again."
What robes are they wearing? Are they just like normal druid robes?
They're just wearing vaguely green-coloured druid robes.
And is Fatari still wearing an Archdruid
Tari
robe?
is still wearing his Archdruid robes, and as if
I'm going to go and take and give it to the brother.
You're going to take his robes.
And give the Archdruid robe to the brother.
Stand before Fatari and command him to stand. He does this wordlessly. Then you command him to disrobe. He frowns, but does so without question, removing his Archdruid robes, wearing nothing but a dirt-coloured tunic underneath. He hands them to you. You take a step towards the siblings, towards Onyeka, holding the staff of the woodland, and her brother, Uzoma. Hold out your hands and offer him the Archdruid robe. He looks at you, frowning. These, by right, should be my sisters, but... Fatari raises his head, and he says, looking first at Zinhorn, then back at his children, Zinhorn is stating that perhaps you should both rule side by side. 2 archdruids, not 1. For 1 archdruid is what led us into decline, into the jaws of evil. He looks towards Zinhorn as if asking for confirmation that this is indeed what you intend.
He speaks correctly. As I have experienced, there can be benefits of having 2 archdruids who may seem to focus on different aspects of druid life. Looking at Bulb, we have the druid of nature and plants, and the druid of the beasts and elements. We come together and form a team, like the team I see before me. You both have your unique skills. You both have your own journey to travel. But by combining your forces as siblings and as archdruids, you will be able to reconcile things with the lizard folk and bring Bakumora back to life.
Onyeka nods. She looks at her brother, her father, and then you in turn. And then she smiles and, briefly looking up at the blue sky above, she says, "And so it shall be, a new way for a new future. I will focus on guiding this village to its rebirth, rebuilding, ensuring our people have the infrastructure to live for generations to come." Her brother bows his head. "I shall focus on communing with Ubtal, on guiding him back into the hearts of our people and making sure his will is done." And then Fatari bows his head and says, "And I shall present myself to the lizard folk, a peace offering. I shall present myself to them to answer for my crimes, and it shall be the first step of reconciliation between our people." Says somebody in the background. Onyeka, her brother, and Fatari turn around, and there, standing in the doorway of the treehouse above, overlooking you from the balcony, you see a familiar face, complete with a bright blue wizard's robe. It is Artis Climber.
Ah, I thought I'd forgotten something. Cool. Alessander and Bobbit are going to go directly, like, beeline it straight.
Yeah, you're just going to levitate, you're just going to fly straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Bobbit flies straight up, beelining towards the man, landing on the balcony with a angry thump. Artis opens his mouth to say something, raises a hand as if to wave in greeting. Do you allow him the chance to say anything, or do you just accost him straight away?
Alessander punches him in the face.
Alessander walks forwards, clenches her fist.
Actually, no. Not the left hand, though. The right one. The artificial limb.
Artificial limb. You step forwards, clench your artificial hand, and slam it into his right cheek. You hear a sickening crack. He stumbles, nearly falls over, and when he looks up at you, he is bleeding. His smile instantly turns into a look of shock, opens his mouth to say something, and then you hear another voice saying, "And this is for leaving without telling anyone," as Ava steps out of the house behind him and brings the hilt of one of her short blades with a thump into the back of his skull. Artus cries, "Ah!" He falls forwards, and there, lying in a pathetic wretch at Bobbit and Ava's feet, he groans, and then you hear him say, okay, I suppose I deserve that. Well played. Thank you."
Oh, this isn't Bobbit. Bobbit's checked out for the day. This is pure Alessandra just then going, "Oh, believe me, that was merely an amuse boost to what you deserve." So, you have a lot of questions to answer. I suggest you start from the beginning, and while I'm not good at telling if you're lying or not, I swear if you don't, I will find a way to tear out your internal organs and keep you alive while I do it.
He just looks at you, giggles nervously, then he reaches into his coat, and he pulls out a clay tablet about the size of his hand. I found this within the ruins of Mezro. It is the key. Still lying on the ground, he raises a hand, gesturing for you to take the tablet.
I will examine the tablet.
Take the tablet, snatch it out of his hands, peer down and look at it. At first, it appears to be nothing worth anything that Artus has done, worth leaving on his own and putting Ava in danger. It is what appears to be an image of a circular maze engraved on a simple piece of stone. Using your finger, you can trace your path from the entrance of the maze all the way to the very middle, where there is an engraving of a dinosaur face. Around the maze are a series of runes. At first you think they are ancient tabaxi, but something is slightly different. You cannot read them. Artus groans and winces. They are not tabaxi, not Mezroan, Bakumoran runes.
How can I not read them? My eyes can read any form of writing.
Oh, well, you can. That's right, you can.
Oh, good. Well, in that case, that question was out of character then.
Yeah. So Ava steps forwards, and you see her frown, and she says, "Bakumoran runes? That's Ara Cochrane." She says, "I could have read this the whole time. All you needed to do was bring it to me." And so, you hold up the clay tablets, and this is what the runes read. Would like you, Bobbit, to please make an intelligence check.
Intelligence check?
Yes, just straight intelligence.
Oh, that's a nat 20, so that's 24 overall.
The Aaron Cochrane text, which, after waiting a few moments for Onyeka and her brother to climb up and examine it, they confirm is indeed Bakumoran text. And at this they reveal that Bakumoran text ended up becoming the basis for the writings by Ava and her people, based on old documents they discovered within a Bakumoran embassy. The arcane text contains two phrases: "We are hidden," and "shadows within the maze." Artus Climber, having risen to his feet, simply smiles in triumph. He gestures towards the tablet and he says, "And there you have it, Lady Alessandra, the key. Mezro is a shadow within the maze. It is sequestered within the Shadowfell."
What maze do you speak of?
He frowns. He says, Surely you remember the myths? He smiles and he says, You have forgotten many of the old ways. It is said, or was said, by Mezro and scholars that Mezro was contained within a maze of shadow. More accurately, was a mirror to a maze of shadow. Please, he says, looking at each of you in turn, do you know of the nature of the Shadowfell? Without waiting for an answer, he continues. A dark mirror of the material plane, much as the Feywild is the material plane wrought in chaos, the Shadowfell is the material plane wrought in darkness. There, in the plane of shadow, there is a dark mirror of everything that exists on the material plane. It is said that in the place where Mezro stands, on the peninsula that represents Chult in the Shadowfell, there is a maze of shadow known as the Shade Walk, a city of shadow, a dark mirror to Mezro contained entirely within the maze. And just as Mezro is guided through its history by Ubtao, so must the Shade Walk be guided by its own dark mirror. He bows his head. I believe we have uncovered the next step, the final step to restoring Mezro, to destroying the corruption that has gripped our land and welcoming Ubtao back as the guardian of the jungle.
Very well. I'd be lying if I said this isn't impressive work. However, the fact that you decide to go on your own without telling anyone behind our backs, lying to us about many things that I've learnt of since your departure, and then not only putting someone very precious to me in mortal peril, but causing me to lose something I'd spent months on working. That I cannot forgive, so I'm going to have to ask for something in return as your way of apologizing.
Artus raises his eyebrow. He says, Of course, Lady Alessander, I know I have much to answer for, but it has all been in service to you and Mezro, and I will be willing to answer for it and take what comes when our work is done.
Good. Then you'll have absolutely no problems handing over that ring of yours.
He looks at you, his mouth dropping open, aghast. And he says, No, Lady Alessander, anything but that I cannot give you this ring.
Why?
Any further?
I'm sorry. If you're going to do something, please feel free.
I was going to use my vine to sort of just grab him like around, sort of like not quite the neck, but close to the neck, with the battle axe sort of just on the side of his head. You would be listening to what Lady Alessander has to say and following exactly her words.
Please make an intimidation check, Zinhorn.
That is a 14.
A 14. He looks at you, then back to Alessander, looks around to see if anyone is willing to assist him, even shoots a pleading look at Ava. And he says, But you don't understand. If I give this to Alessander, we are all doomed. Restoring Mezro will be for nothing. You do not understand the cost.
Then
What I have done.
explain it. This is your absolute last chance. I am not interested in any more games, any more lies. Did you seriously not think that I would take the time to research what that little gem of yours does?
He
The
frowns.
fact that you have lied to me on several occasions now is something I've lost patience with, especially that you've upset months of work. Something that could have easily been one of my greatest works, and my greatest defender died so we could free you from that ridiculous prison of yours, only to find that you have upset many things in the balance. So by all means, please explain.
He
And
sighs.
as she finishes, I put the battle axe touching his skin.
Throat. He sighs and, cradling his ring finger in his other hand, he says, "You know that the Daijobi Senga comes from the Feywild. You know that the heart of the jungle is the essence of Feywild energy. You know that when Ubtao breathed life into the jungles of Cholt, he did it by weaving the energy of the Feywild through this plane. You know that it is these same energies that the Chosen of Ubtao used to seal away Mezro and to hide it from the turmoils of Rasnasi and the Spell Plague. As such, in order to restore Mezro, only a powerful source of Fey magic may do so. And the Ring of Winter was forged in the court of the Winter Queen." He says, I am the one who made the sacrifice, the one who searched for it, the one who put it on, the one who spent the last 200 years fighting with every fiber of my being against the evil sentience that dwells within the ring, trying to maintain my will over it so that when the time comes, when we are on the verge of restoring Mezro, I shall force the ring to use its power, to use the energies of the Feywild, to restore what is missing of the Daijobi Senga and of Ubtao's influence, to restore Mezro to the material plane, safely and intact.
And you don't think Lady Alessandra is up to the challenge of this? Is that what you're saying?
He just shakes his head. She cannot understand. She has Rasnasi in her body.
Oh, the second he says that, Bobbert is going to come back with a vengeance and pick him up and hold him over the edge of the actual tree that we're sitting there going, how many times do we have to explain it to you? Her name is Bobbert. I'm tired of everyone simply just calling me Rasnasi for who I was. I am not a part of him anymore. He is gone. He is dead, dragged to the abyss. Why won't you understand that I am not him?
He is silent. He just sits there as you hold him over the edge. Then he frowns.
Before he says anything else, you just hear a much quieter Bobbert going, do you think I wanted to be like this? Do you think I wanted to be ripped apart from what I once used to be? Thrown into something else, discarded by mistake? Picked up by mistake? My entire existence is a mistake. Even now, I'm simply just a passenger. I just exist within someone else. I exist by chance. I live by chance. I don't even know what'll happen to me if I die. I don't even know if I can die.
I'd like you, Bobbert, to please make a persuasion check.
That is a 29.
Everyone else is silent as Bobbert speaks. Artus simply listens. Then he looks back at you and he says, "Please, put me down."
And she'll just dump him back over the ledge and just go, "Do what you want with this stupid ring. Bring Mezro back. I don't care.
He
Once
sighs.
this is over,
Yep.
once this is over, I'm finding a way out of this body and I'm leaving."
He
All
sighs.
anyone ever
and-
does,
Yep.
if all anyone else is just going to see me as Russ to see while I'm here, then clearly I wasn't meant to be in shelter.
Artus lies there on the wooden platform. There is silence from everyone. Nobody talks after Bobbit utters her words until Artus climbs to his feet, places his hand over his ring finger, and pulls off the ring. And then he says, "If you are not Ras Nasi, if you truly are your own thing, and if Alessander has not been corrupted by the evils of this land, then take it." He grabs your hand, forces it open, and places the ring in your palm.
Second he does that, Bobbit just grabs and goes, "As much fun, joy that might bring, it's not worth it. If anything else I've learned so far is anything resembling immortality isn't worth having. There's no point in living forever if you just end up mad or bent on destruction. It's fun for a while, but what's the point? You have a task, you're going to finish it. After that, I don't care anymore."
He shrugs, scoops the ring out of your palm, places it back where it was, and then he smiles and he says, "You see, all I had to do was take it off. All I had to do was allow it to take over for just a moment. And already, in the presence of its evil, you lost your resolve."
You need to realize who you are dealing with. This is not Ras Nasi. This is Bobbit, my friend, my ally, and the person who saved you from your ice prison, which you
Zinhorn.
stupidly put yourself there.
Zinhorn, just leave it.
No,
Artus,
you've been a good and faithful
No.
companion.
It doesn't matter. As long as I'm in Chol, as long as I'm like this, that's all anyone's going to see me as.
Artus just sighs and he says, "I pledged myself to the Barre of Uptow and to Lord Rayburton. Everything I do is for Mezro, and that is the only reason I shall continue on. I found Lady Alessander after all this time. I found her to be warped beyond even a mere fraction of what she once was. A Yuan Ti with the peace of Ras Nasi riding in her head, who has rejected Uptow. And so, do with me what you wish. All I ask is that you allow me to do the task that was given to me, and then I shall wash my hands of all of you."
At this point, Alessander pops back in and just goes, "What you do once this whole mess is over, now you will be answering for your various mistakes, but
Including with the frost giants.
make one thing very clear. You claim to wish to bring Uptow back, correct?
He
You
nods.
claim to call me warped, call me twisted, whatever you will, but even I'm not so lost as to know that you can't bring back what isn't there. Uptow is gone, and I believe we are all to blame for his death. If you have anyone to blame for this, don't blame the tiniest piece of the only shred of decency that existed within Ras Nasi. Blame your own incompetence for not having the will to finish the job yourself."
He says nothing. He just bows his head.
Everything I've done, everything that's happened to myself, Yuan Ti, lycanthrope, lost an arm, I've done for the same purpose that you have done. You wish to call me twisted and warped because I sacrificed every part of myself to bring back what was lost. Then you are an absolute fool and a hypocrite. You're going to finish your task, and that ring is going to do what must be done. After that, you can throw yourself at my father's feet. You can throw yourself off the highest tower of Mezro. I don't care. I'm ashamed that I ever once called you a master, though.
He just nods, his face expressionless, lacking emotion. He simply says, "Let us help the people of Mezro. When that is done, then I shall answer for everything. Whatever your father wishes, it shall be done." And with that, we end this week's session. I would, then we end this week's session. So, Zinhorn, I presume you would like to remain here and help Bakumora get on its feet?
Well, part of what I was going to do is take the siblings, Fatari and Bulb, to the lizard folk, since I can't communicate with them, to bring Fatari there to answer for the last 200 years. Basically, that's the first thing.
Indeed. Well, between now and the next session, a month will have passed. And so you, Zinhorn, will spend this month assisting the people of Bakumora, your people, helping broker peace between the lizard folk and the elves as once it was, uniting them once again as the people of Bakumora, helping Fatari answer for his crimes, and helping to ensure that safeguards are put in place so that this can never happen again.
And bring the druidic magic back to Bakumora.
Bring the druidic magic back to Bakumora and restore the balance. And so, while normally I would give you all the chance to choose what you want to do for downtime, I feel that with Zinhorn being an archdruid and a Bakumoran, and with Bulb and Bobbert being members of the Emerald Enclave beside him, I feel that you will all spend most of this downtime in Bakumora, assisting to the rebuilding of the nation, helping the refugees who fled the destroyed villages return to their homes, rebuild, and broker peace between the elves and the lizard folk. And so that will constitute your downtime activity. Will Bobbert protest this?
I don't believe Bobbert is really fussed either way at this point.
Yeah. Keeper is gone, and so...
Keeper's gone. She's finally clicked to the point where she knows nothing that she does is going to change people's minds on who she is. She's a tad lost at this point.
And so she buries herself in the only thing she has right now, her duty to the Emerald Enclave, to help the people of Bakumora. And so that covers the downtime. We won't need to really do anything with it next session. And that's not all, though. You did defeat a Void Dragon, and so you all level up.
Yay!
And then next week, the final arc begins. While you were busy restoring Bakumora and assisting the people, Artis and Ava will do their own duty. Learn everything they can about this shade walk, this maze of shadows, and hopefully, with Messica's help, back in Port Nyanzaru, find a way for you to travel there. And remove the corruption from Chult once and for all, restoring it to its previous state before the spell plague, before Russ and Asi, before Ubtao turned his back and left. And that will conclude the campaign. I want to thank everyone for joining us today. It was a long episode, but I feel that, it was not a good idea to rush past all that stuff at the end, because that was some good role playing. Thanks. Special thanks to Hatrack Gaming, who we haven't seen in quite a while. And it was nice to see him pop in. Thank you to Archangel K, as always. And we will be back next week for the start of the final arc, perhaps the first of the final 3 or 4 sessions of this campaign. We don't have any Vampire the Chicago Chronicles tomorrow, as Remy is off on a camping trip. But we will be back next week. We will be playing a special session in person, and I also do have a sub-episode planned for one of our characters tomorrow. So those of you who like to watch that campaign, do not fear. Until then, remember, you are not defined by the circumstances of your birth. Just because you were once a shred of Russ Nasi does not mean you are forever destined to be that way.
For a second there, I thought you were going full on into the Mewtwo quote, but either way, that's still
Well,
beautiful.
I was trying to evoke it.
Yeah, it worked.
Goodbye, everyone.